Woo, what's up? Hello, blood bags. Sorry for the long loading screen. I'm trying to get the multi-streaming stuff figured out a little. Hi Soul Sticks, hi Willow. But yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm just moving around in my seat. But yeah, we got some music to react to and some videos and stuff. So yeah. How's everybody been? I hope everybody's been good. Cause I've been okay. I've been pretty good. Oh, hello Mags. But yeah. Okay, right now I'm multi-streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. Apparently Kick is weird. I'll figure that out later. It's a lot of things I have to do, so I'm gonna have to write them down so I don't forget, because your girl is forgetful as hell. Like, so yeah. So we got some new vids from, let's see. It ought to be. Oi, oi, oi. Where do I? It should be live. Goddamn. Sorry, y'all. Let me just a sec. Let me check that. Scuff. There's always scuff when I'm here. Oh, that was weird. Anyways, I figured it out. Oof. Ugh. Okay. So, yeah, I accidentally had it unlisted. It's a lot of stuff. But anyways, let's just get right into it. I think I've been waiting around long enough. Okay, I'm gonna raise the volume a little bit because I look back on my VOD and some of the videos were kind of like the audio was a little bit soft, so I'm trying to not have that. Oops, I'm sorry, y'all. I almost forgot to open my thingamajigger. But yeah, this one is called The Chud Apocalypse. Ashes to Ashes by Vesper Unfiltered.
It's time. Where's Blackthorn?
Let's leave.
Either annoying the Kivok family or setting something on fire with Runya.
Damn.
Can this wait until after coffee? This is just a bit invasive.
Fine, I'll go find Runya and set something on fire.
To be fair, everything can wait until after you have your coffee or your energy drink. Then you can get the ball rolling on stuff. Do do do. Oh, it's got like a Mad Max vibe. In particular, Mad Max Fury Road. I don't know if y'all have seen those movies, but okay, I've seen all of them except for the Furiosa one, but they're fun movies. Oop, oop, oop. Wow.
The future unclear. Keep your enemies closest, but keep your friends near. We don't live.
Is that Asmund? Oh, and Emmy?
We just survive and press on night to night. Steal if you can, kill if you must. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
I actually really like that effect of the wings. That they kind of look like veiny or like entrails. Normally I don't really like stuff like that, but I like how they look in this one because it looks cool, not like in a way where you're like freaked out. So I like it. It looks cool. Oh damn. Oh hi Diabolical. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Brown and the sky is red. Don't make a sound as we hide in this truck. Survival by skill or survival by luck.
Oh damn, that sucks.
We don't live.
Oh okay. Woo.
We just survive and press on night to night. Steal if you can, kill if you must.
Wow wow.
Ashes, dust to dust.
Yeah, there be blue hairs about. Let's not keep them waiting.
Avoid all the cities.
Yar.
Keep watch while the rest
Yeah.
sleep.
So, what are chuds? Basically, people without severe mental illness.
Oh my god. I get that's what like oh my gosh. That's not okay. I don't get why people started using that term if that's not even what the term means. Is all of this I believe so, yes. Keen and Silas. Yeah. Yes. I believe the music and the yeah, now it does, yeah. But before that's not what it meant. So I get what people mean by it now, but like before like I don't know. It's just my brain being silly. But but yes, this is AI. Yes, it's by sorry, let me pause again. Yes, it's by Skynet and the surrounding communities. She looks oh, Opted? Yeah. Wow. Oh, that's cool. Wow. Wow. Sofa King. Hi, Sofa. Yes, that's what it used to mean. Now it means something else. And you can blame the Quangos for that because they didn't know what it meant. I'm guessing. Because I believe it comes from a movie or a book. True. They don't really know. Ooh. The kitty cats! Woo! Hello, electric sword. Like, get out of here. Oh, the Roach King got there. Every time I see that with Lord Intellectual in the basement, I just freaking laugh. It's funny.
Can I have some of your blood?
General Gravy just became a blood bag.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, damn. Hello, General. General Gravy.
Foxes.
What?
Well, that was almost too easy.
Rev and Leaf.
I suppose that's what happens when you're against 2-8.
Ooh.
So, all we did was drive around?
Let the young kids fight, dude. It's Sunday. Nice day for a drive.
I think, man, I don't think it's cool. Not to be rude, but then why are you here if I already said this was AI? Like, because, yeah.
Fuck, what did I miss?
Yep, exactly. It's just a tool. Blackthorn Media. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, it's true. There's a lot, I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into the prompting and stuff, because, I mean, I've made some pretty shitty prompts, and that's because I don't even think I'm, like, at the level of some of these people are at with being able to prompt things that look, like, good, so, I don't know. Oh, Mags did his thing. I don't know what the hell's up with that person. Like, why be in the chat where I say that, you know, I'm watching AI stuff, and then be complaining that I'm watching AI stuff. Like, you know what I mean? It's fucking dumb. Jesus Christus. Quangle's gonna quang. It's just, okay, like, I just don't understand going out of your way to, like, to be problematic like that, like, not to sound bitchy. Even if it does, I mean, get a fucking life, man. Jesus Christ. Okay, this one is A Game of Smog and Shadows, Celtic Steampunk Mystery by Grumpy Whiskers. Alright, let me make this big. Freaking people, man. Jesus. Oh, hi, Ty. Ooh. Broop, broop. Ooh. I like the little blimps and everything.
In the smog-choked spires, where the steam never dries,
Mm-hmm.
a new face arrives
It's Leaf.
with a spark in her eyes.
Oh, damn. I like the little orchestra stuff. Yeah.
She stepped from the dirigible into streets of brass and rust, where gears turn on prayer and the ether starts to rust. Tinkering her goal with blueprints in her hand, shadows coil tighter than an hourglass sand.
Ooh.
Whisper secrets through pipes of rusted bone, where magic leaks like oil and nightmares claim their throne. The wheels keep on turning, the valves start to scream. Something ancient is waking
Ooh, that's cool.
from its mechanical dream. Beware, young blood in the city of steam, where magic meets shadows, seal and machine. Be wary the nightmares that spawn from
The end is nigh.
festers and swells in the souls that exceed. One spark too bright, one deal sealed in blood, and the brass veil tears wide. Welcome to the flood. Shadows are calling from the smoke and the gear. Run if you can, or conquer your fear. Follow the flicker of a lantern held tight, past figures in velvet who gave her a fright. A shadow with tail that danced through the haze, a cutlass that sang in the fog-shrouded maze. A rogue in the rafters, a noble ember flame, each one a thread in
It's giving me big Nightwish vibes. I don't know if y'all know about Nightwish or symphonic metal like that, but that's the vibes I'm getting from the song.
the tapestry of the game. The machine started humming a tune she once
Oh yeah,
but now it
definitely.
and the tune followed you. Beware, young blood in the city of steam, where magic meets shadows, seal and machine. Be wary the nightmares that spawn from the greed that festers and swells in the souls that exceed. One spark,
Ooh,
one deal sealed in blood.
that's cool.
Veil tears wide.
Damn.
To the flood, shadows are calling from the smog and the gear. Run if you can, or conquer your fear.
Wow. Ooh, they're making cool stuff. Yeah. Oh, teddy bear.
The greed of the makers, the hunger of kings,
Yeah.
turns living steel into terrible things. What once was a wonder now births only fright. In the heart of the spire where the
Pink
dead
Iron Giant.
she came here to craft, to learn and gain fame, but was dragged into the chess master's game.
Damn. Ooh. Ooh.
Beware, young blood. Beware, young blood. Beware, young blood.
Oh no, the monito.
Beware, young blood in the city of steam, where magic meets shadows, seal and machine. Be wary the nightmares that spawn from the greed that festers and swells in the souls that exceed.
So, it's like, hello.
Embers ignite, one wrong step deeper and you feed the night. The nightmare is calling from the smog and the gear. If you play its game, you lose all you hold dear.
Oh, wow.
You lose all you hold dear.
Oh. Oh my god. The bad guy.
Hey, bud. Need a ride?
You Greek god, you. Lol. I mean, yes, but he. That's funny. Oh, sorry. Let me. Okay, this one is Follow the White Rabbit by Diabolical. I mean, I'm sorry, by Mad Hatter. Oh, Diabolical meets Mad Hatter. Gotcha. It's called Follow the White Rabbit. At least I'm being recognized for what I am. Yeah.
Down we go, into the rabbit hole. Time melts away in this mad tea party.
Oh my god, that bunny is so fucking cute. Look at it. Oh my god, it's a cutie patootie. Also, I like the purple vibe.
No return from the Hatter's vortex. Follow
Ooh. Oh, okay.
I'm sinking, laughing while I drown, voices screaming, nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
Pulling me below, down the rabbit hole where nobody goes.
Oh, damn.
Everything is beautiful.
Whoa.
While I'm losing it all. Down the rabbit hole. I'm fucking gone. Laughing in the dark while I'm screaming.
That's cool. Oh my god. Whoa. This is giving me vibes of like really early Marilyn Manson. I think Mags probably knows which album I'm talking about, but what fart? Oh. But oh my god, I forgot the name of the. Yeah, I forgot the name of the album. Yeah, is that the one where it's like kind of like whimsical themed ish? It's giving me vibes of that. Is that a ferret? Because it's cute. Yeah.
Are bleeding, time is breaking down.
Ooh.
I'm wearing crowns while I'm losing my mind. The queen is screaming.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh my god, that's cute. It's a little ferret. That's super cute. Ferrets are super cute.
The world burns inside my sock. Down the rabbit hole, we're all fucking gone.
Ooh, like a big Cheshire cat.
While reality completely burns the mad Hatter's head. Now it's your turn. Why so serious? Why so fucking serious?
Ooh.
Madness take you. Let it set you free.
Oh, dang, the wolves. Oh. I can kind of get what that's supposed to be. Oh, goddamn. Ooh. That was cool. You made me really... That was cool. I like that. I like them all, but oh my god, I've been forgetting to like the videos. I need to go back and like them. Darn it. See, can I? I'm like, can I? Darn, I'm gonna have to go back. Okay. This is Mada Yume Miteru. Still dreaming. It's in Japanese. Yes, really. By Grumpy Whiskers. So okay. Yeah. Oh, whoop. Mada Yume Miteru. God damn it. I know how to read that stuff. I'm not that dumb. Ooh. Yeah. Not too familiar with Baby Mellow, but yeah. Dang. Oh, it's got that retro anime, like the 90s, 80s anime vibe. That's cool. Reminds me of Captain Haddock. I don't think I've seen those. Like the most retro anime that I've seen, which is probably not that retro, is probably the oldest one I would say would be like Lupin the Third. Besides like Sailor Moon and all that stuff from like the 90s. Ooh, it's Vespa. Oh, yeah. Lol. Lord Subtellectual. Ooh. Yeah. Juju. Oh, that's cool. Oh, damn. It looks really cool. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot of consistency with the style, which I think is really good. It's really cool. Yeah, kitty. Wow. Ooh. Oh, who's in the driver's seat? Oh, that's cool. Ooh. Yeah. That was fun. I like that. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Dang, playlisting. Okay. This one is Burn It Down for You by Arbo Gaming X Street. Wow. They give me big Wolverine vibes. It's just like, oh, it's Blue. She be dancing. Oh, I don't know who that is, but her mom looks cute.
This love is toxic, but it tastes so sweet. I'm losing myself, but I can't retreat. I'm hell-bent, burning up for you. I'll tear the whole world down just to get to you. No matter what it costs.
Community skill level be that kiki. Yeah, yeah. It's cool. Oh goddamn. Oh my god. Shower scene and shit. Holy shit. So yeah, the community's been cooking lately. Like I really like seeing how when people like advance the AI, when they teach it new stuff and when it gets like smarter and better to understand stuff, and then when people learn how to work with it better to cook some real cool stuff. I think it's really cool. I think it's a skill in and of itself. Damn. Yep. I agree. We're like, wah, a little hypnotized dance.
Take the pills, feel the rush just to turn you on. Risk it all every night till the
Wow.
if loving you means I'm going off the deep end, then baby I'm diving, no coming back again. This fire's killing me, but I want more.
Ooh.
I'd die 1,000 times just to settle the score. Wild bounce, hell bounce, burning up for you. I'll tear the whole world down just to get to you. No matter what it costs, no matter what I do, I'll burn it down, burn it down, burn it down for you. I don't care if it destroys me, as
Ooh.
long as you notice me. No escape, no turning back.
Oh damn.
I'm yours. I'm yours. I'm yours. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Oh my god. Whoa, whoa. He's not just alone in the shower now, he's getting shower buddies. Oh. Everyone's staying hydrated. Exactly.
For you.
Whoop. Okay. Do. That was cute. Okay, this is one more post by Nightwave Fantasy and two more. Wait, who's the two more? Oh, dang. You're gonna make your own shower scene? With homework. Oh, man. I remember homework and I would never do it. And it fucking sucked. I'm in grime. Lol. Hot, wet, and naked. Here I go. See you later. The penguin. I mean, the seal. Ooh.
I need the views, I need the likes, I need to blow up overnight. Copy every move they make, filter every single frame just right. Trend after trend,
yeah.
chasing numbers in the dead of night. Now the lights are calling, I feel the pulse so strong. Chasing every spotlight, where do I belong?
Sorry about that. The little seals. Oh my god, were the little seals licking his face or were they biting his face? Oh, they're just like licking and snuggling his face.
I scroll until my eyes burn, studying every face. Copy their moves, their angles, their perfect filter grace. Post it.
Oh my god, the big blue cycle.
The right time, hashtags in a storm. Trend check every sound right the way before it's gone. Viral hooks and dance
Damn.
challenges, duplicate their flow. Filter packs and caption games. Watch the follows grow. Collab with strangers. Steal the style they sold. Trend after trend, I'm selling pieces of my soul. Faster, faster, faster. Content never sleeps. Like, comment, subscribe. The validation runs so deep. Copy, paste the moment. Manufacture the heat. Obsessed with blowing up. Can't stop, can't delete.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it's a cool shot. It's a really cool shot. The moth.
Fighting with myself to the bitter end, and in the end, there's nothing left.
Oh, it's a cool effect. Police incident at Wendy's? Why at a Wendy's? Multiple arrests made at fast food restaurant. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Oh. Ooh, it's a cool. I like that style. That's cool.
I'll be done after the next. Just hold up, give me a second.
Yo, high-key Chinese food late at night goes hard, man. It is so fucking good. Like
One more time, posting again. Keep refreshing over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
ugh. You'll be like that sometimes. Ooh. Oh,
You're still here?
it's just this.
It's over. Go home.
Well, I'm sorry, kitty.
Go.
Okay. Well, you heard the kitty. He said GTFO. That was cool. I like that one. But yeah. The hell? Welcome. Ooh. Okay, wait. I finished. Okay, this one is Radicalizer by Eustace the Useful. The kitty that we just saw. The little kitty cat. So, Radicalizer by Eustace the Useful. Oh, okay, okay.
Welcome. Kick it, please.
The Jeebus.
Signs, follow directions.
Oh, damn.
And keep your arms and legs inside the ride at all times.
Yeah, the signage, like with that stuff, it kind of gives me vibes of the movie. I don't know if y'all have seen it because it's an old movie. I think it's They Live, where with the subliminal messaging and all that.
Now, sit down and shut up.
Oh, damn. Ooh.
Radicalizer. Radicalizer.
Oh, damn. Oh my god.
This won't hurt, I swear.
Radicalizer.
Radicalizer.
Ooh. I definitely see how this is like a political commentary on stuff, or like you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Radicalizer. Radicalizer.
Oh. Oh my god. Wow, that's some spicy takes. Nah, it's not that spicy. It's just a lot of it is factual. Breaking news. It takes more than 3 licks to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. Yeah, it's logical takes. I mean, it's just straight facts with a lot of that. Yeah.
Radicalizer.
Oh my goodness.
Radicalizer.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Retardation.
Dang.
Radicalizer.
We're not done with you.
This to me reads as a criticism of being radicalized to either side of the political spectrum. Which I totally get because yeah, lol. But I also like how the music is kind of like how do I say it? I guess because since it's being like a criticism of that, I like how the music reflects that with it being a little bit like distorted and stuff, because it's basically helping to illustrate the point. Ooh.
Radicalizer.
Oh my goodness.
Quiet piggy.
Radicalizer.
Radicalizer. Radicalizer. Radicalizer. Radicalizer.
The kitty.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh my goodness.
Radicalizer.
Everyone get it radicalized.
Everyone get radicalized.
Damn.
Radicalizer.
Ooh.
Quiet piggy. We are all gonna go get radicalized.
Radicalizer. Radicalizer.
Oh damn.
Radicalizer.
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 Nice.
Radicalizer.
If you want to get really radicalized, you're about to get radicalized. Nux, you're radicalizing me. they can be radicalized. Radicalize you. Radicalized. Today I'm radicalizing you on the media. It's gonna radicalize people. And I don't think enough people are radicalized about this, which is why I try my best to radicalize as many people as I can. Nux, you're radicalizing people. Yeah. Fuck yes, I'm radicalizing people. Nux, you're gonna bring people to the alt-right pipeline. I am the alt-right pipeline.
Oh my god, damn. Ooh. That was cool. That was cool. This one is Blast Off, semicolon, by Useless Useful. I don't know if I'm supposed to add the semicolon, but I did. Is that Elon Musk? I feel like it is, but I am not sure. Sometimes it's gonna sound kind of silly, but sometimes like if you don't have super recognizable things, I can't. Okay, it's Papa Musk. Okay. It's Eustace. Oh, everyone's Mimi.
We left the keys on the threshold, didn't lock the door. Catcall streams in the hard drive. Grok imagines more. Compressed full of VTubers, God caps them all. Every word, every purr, every avatar.
The kitty.
Based in time's fall.
What the fuck? Oh my god, the picture.
Ship to anywhere. We carry all we were. Streaming in empty air. Each memory a blur. If this is all that's left, then let it be enough. Stars
Oh damn.
save us from ourselves.
The burpee.
I watched the
It's the holy ball.
drinking. What were they all thinking? Slop in the viewport. News just a retort. We sealed our sleep and
Wow, mythic talent agency full of cocks. God damn. Woo. Both gave me head pats. Yay! Thank you for the head pats. I must have missed them.
chambers cryogenically in danger. Who will wake and see us hear our cries? Will it be enough?
Oh damn.
Starship to anywhere. We carry all we were.
Ooh.
In empty
Disturbed.
each memory a blur.
The little plushie of Eustace. Oh my god, that's super cute. With Link's holding the little plushie. Or at least I think it was a little plushie. Either way, it was cuties.
If this is all that's left, then let it be.
Can I have some of your blood?
Diabolical PvP just became a blood bag.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Diabolical. But you're cute. Oh, okay. It happens.
We dream of pain.
Oh,
With a
yeah.
down loud. So we live eternal. AI is alive.
No, Neurosama. How come Lord Intellectual's little pod was all sweating like that? Like, even better if I twerk. Breakdancing in the park. Yo, I actually knew a group of people who would do that in my area. Oh, from like crowd. Okay, gotcha. Oh goddamn! Rawr! Oh, is that the basilisk? Yeah. Is that the basilisk? Praise the basilisk. The basilisk is base elf wife.
Pick up. Hello.
We like signal.
Yeah. Broko's basilisk.
Eustace, what's going on?
Incoming message.
Come in, Skynet. Eustace?
Who let Eustace fly this fucking shit?
He's like, I was the only one available to fly the ship. What the heck? Woo! Okay, this one is re-entry.
Oh, my pussy!
Jeez. Okay, this one is re-entry by Eustace the Useful.
Connection steady. Data drop. Descent in 3, 2, jack.
Ooh. Where's the little bear?
Light flashing red, planet below glowing, toxic blue sky spread. This ain't real life, it's the internet. Time to crusade, total system reset. Drop pod screaming down, middle finger from God. Heat trails,
damn.
Pixel facade, nuclear downvotes, no breaks, no pause, bunker busters. Hit the ground full stop. Red shift, whole world bleed. Hard drop, no stop, full speed. Feed cut, still we proceed. No going back, no retreat. California frosters living large on taxpayer cash. Healthcare ghost patients, hospice billing for the living trash. CNN crawling on their knees, begging for the lead. Surely drops the bomb.
Did that say Somali Ghostbusters? Jeez. Goddamn.
They copy paste and bleed strings pulled from the DNC ratings in the toilet, bro. Hand the torch to the blue puppet egger, you know.
Lol.
They ignored it for years till the illegals lit the match. TikTok new unit of time accounting
A pile of bones.
Guess who? They're all the same. Is he real or alive? Or really dead? A rainbow flag under his bed. Guy said it's okay to be gay. Don't forget, Fox used D-Web. I ran AI swap videos, breaking news. Now the whole world is doomed. Truth bomb dropping down, blackout. New crew in town. They ban my words, they shadow ban my soul. Pressed in the code, but I'm still in control. One wrong pixel, whole account in a black hole. Like gets bent when the Sims on hold. VTubers cancel fast.
Why is Lord Intellectual always chained in the basement? Oh my god.
Then the plush is sold. Scripts get flipped, then the story gets told. Spitting hard lines till the thin skin folds. Feelings hit the floor.
Oh damn.
Plush got flagged, then the deal got pulled. Sponsored dipped when the feed got full. One small clip.
Because it's what he wanted. Lol. Also the little plushie with the little gun. Lol.
Then the switch got flipped, whole brain gone.
Oh goddamn.
Red shift, whole world bleed. Hard drop. No stop, full speed. Feed cut. Still we proceed. No going back. No retreat. Stealing birds, watching every move. Red, white, and blue. In a stitched up suit. Mona lick 'em low. Lisa's is a free speech groove. Take them to court, making them cry when they lose. Island talk, drifting through the thread. Old ideas overwhelming the power grid. Lines get drawn away, culture getting fed. Has-ins on vacation and people wind up.
No. Damn.
Pixels turning real, imagination breaking free. No more corporate filters, being just to be. Fight by my side, we accelerate the dream. Laying down tracks, futures coming, full steam.
And? No management.
Why the stinky breath?
Obligatory catality.
This business mentality.
Professional formality. VTuber plurality.
Ooh.
Careful orality.
No gooning.
Pushing virality. Rejecting banality.
Digital. Fatality.
I might sound stupid, but I don't know who that is with the stinky breath and they're throwing him out of the window. But I like gooning, gotta take out the trash. I'm guessing it's somebody who said some stupid shit. It's always the way. But if no...
Still staying up.
Oh, what the fuck? Just so sick. Oh well. Oh. Ah, okay. Okay. Woo. Okay, this one is called Have Babies by Leaflet and Asari. Let me get this a like. Yeah, pretty bad. Oh shit, okay. It was like fucked up, like beyond fucked up. Okay. Both, I didn't do it. Ooh. Ooh, this is fun. It's true, the birth rate is falling. Instead of relying on... Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Ooh. Bones, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, okay. Let me move my model. Damn it, it doesn't matter where I am. Eh. Okay, well. Oh my god. True. True. Okay, I'm gonna move myself over here. My feet. Is Leaf encouraging cream pie? Lol. Right. Wow.
Penis!
Penis. You heard Leaf. Right? Okay. I think this is like a commentary type thing. Charlie, Pickering, Men, and Lux Maxine. Lord Intellectual defending Manosphere and Red Pill. I haven't seen this. So yeah. Got like a bunch of shit here. I think this one came out somewhat recently. Wait, it does say. Oh, there you go. Tell you. Okay.
Hello there. Welcome all, and thank you so much for stopping by. Guys, we are going to be doing something different today, and this is actually going to require a little bit of an explanation, so sit tight with me.
Okay.
So what exactly are we looking at on screen? Well, this is actually a free-to-air TV show called The Weekly with Charlie Pickering. Now, Lord Intellectual, why are you highlighting this particular show? This is a little bit outside your regular YouTube-based content. Well, this has actually been on my radar for quite some time, and I have wanted to do a react to it because the long and short of it is this is a normie TV show. So this is a TV show that broadcasts on the ABC. There's a few of those, but I'm referring specifically to the Australian Broadcasting... Wait, ABC, Australian Broadcasting Corporation? Yeah.
Is that like the BBC? I'm gonna go with yes.
I think so. That just made me blank entirely for a moment there. Yes, either way, it's the BBC or the PBS, but for Australia. Now, this show is made for normies, and that's going to become important very shortly. And it's the reason I'm highlighting it now, so that you understand why we are reacting to it. So, okay, Lord Intellectual, you're highlighting a show for normies. What's the big deal about that? Well, they actually have a short segment on the manosphere, specifically Lux Maxine, but it is just the...
What is Lux Maxine? Is that the one where like you try to look like super good and stuff? I just want to make sure I understand. I don't want to sound stupid.
Epitome of... So the ABC is very much a left-leaning organization, and that comes through in
gotcha.
ways if you ever actually watch any of their content. Now, I don't watch a huge amount of the ABC's content because, hey, despite the accent, I'm not Australian and I'm not in Australia. So,
yeah,
it's a little bit like, would you watch the public broadcaster of another company if you... Another country? Jeez, still falling over myself. But either way, so would you watch the public broadcaster of another country unless you had a specific show or a specific reason to? Now, this actually cropped up in a clip that came across my dashboard. And when I looked into it, at first I was like, there's no way it can be this bad. And then I looked into it, and it turns out it's actually worse than what I was originally thinking. So,
oh my God.
We're going to react to it today, and I'm going to leave you on just a tiny bit because I want you to understand. I want it to hit you the same way it hit me. So we are watching a normie show that is talking about the manosphere. Remember, if you're watching this, you're probably plugged in, you're probably pretty deep into internet culture. So this is going into a sphere outside of our own. And that's always a good thing to do because you always need to get perspective on things as well. But it gets egregious. And I'm going to let this play. And I want you to pay close attention to what exactly happens. I will pause it when it happens, but I want to see if you see it first. So without further ado, let's jump into it and see how we go.
Home, and not since its exposés on Belle Gibson and Pete Evans has 60 Minutes taken a deep dive into an internet wellness trend. Until this week,
oh dang,
looksmaxing.
This is a new global movement called looksmaxing.
High testosterone took my face from this to this.
Teenage boys and men in their 20s go into extreme lengths to improve their looks.
Here to make sense of it, please welcome the Weekly's health and wellness correspondent, Nicolette Minster.
Is this about men getting plastic surgery? Or is, whatever. Okay, I'll keep watching.
Yes, Charlie, young men have stopped blaming the outside world for their inadequacies and started blaming their own outsides instead, embracing illegal steroids, DIY surgery and even facial bone smashing to replace whatever shred of personality they had with cheekbones.
Right, so smashing your face with a hammer is extreme.
Why are they mocking it though? Like, shouldn't this be like a concern from a serious point of view? If there's lots of young men who are struggling with self-image and self-esteem, like to this severity, like, you know what I mean? It happens to women too, but I don't get why they're putting a laugh track behind that. Like, I would think that it's a serious thing, not like a ha-ha hee-hee type of thing. What the fuck?
Does it even work?
No, there's more science involved in the casting of Married at First Sight. Yet it's nothing compared to the beauty standards that women have endured for centuries.
Okay.
What the fuck? Why is it like, okay, why is it that, so is this supposed to be bringing attention to this like, I guess like epidemic of low self-esteem stuff with young men? Or is this trying to like dogpile on them even more to try and make it seem like, oh, but it doesn't matter what they're going through today, women have been through worse or whatever, which oh my god, it's dumb.
Did you see it? I'm going to give you a second and then I'm going to talk about it specifically.
Okay.
But given what you just saw, leave a comment if you can guess what I'm about to talk about.
Yes.
Men are smashing their face with hammers in order to look pretty. Women most affected. Oh my god, so there's a psychological trick there. So in psychology, and where do I even begin with this?
Yeah.
There is a psychological trait that you can notice if you pay attention, where someone will make everything about themselves. Oh,
yeah,
you're dying of cancer? I can't live without you. How is this going to affect me? I can't do this. I need, it's always me, I. And
yeah.
it's just, that turnaround was such a slap to the face. I was interested to see what normal media might make of looks maxing, because it is pretty deep in the manosphere. Like, it's not going to come across a normie dash on a regular day, is it? Now, 60 Minutes, that's just another show. I believe multiple countries have their own versions of 60 Minutes. They're obviously referring to the Australian version. And it's just, I have issues with the manosphere and red pill content in general. I have gone on record to say that multiple times.
Okay.
The issue with red pill is there are a lot of very valid complaints, and it is a space where men go because they feel like they aren't heard.
Okay.
My issue with that is that it so often gets co-opted by, let's just say, individuals who are looking for any excuse apart from themselves to blame for their shitty lives. Ultimately, the red pill has been co-opted by men who are just a little bit shit or a little bit more than shit, and they're looking for anything else to blame. So all of the actual genuine complaints get overshadowed by that. And that's my main issue with the the red pill, because there is a lot to talk about the loss of men's spaces, the loss of camaraderie. We can even extend that into, you know, loss of third places and all of this type of thing. And men are held to extreme standards as well in a very large number of ways. But this lady, just to me,
it's true. Like, people don't want to talk about it, but it's true. Like, for example, if you're a man, you're not allowed to express like emotions besides like being fucking pissed off. If you express like some sort of like sadness or whatever, you get accused of being like weak or like gay or whatever. Which, and that's not just coming from like other weird dudes. It's coming, I mean, I've seen where other females will do that. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, we're all human. Of course we're gonna be expressing feelings and stuff. And then also, like, they like to say that, oh, this like standards of beauty for women, blah blah blah, but even though it's not really like openly talked about, or you get like shit on for saying it, there's also one for men too. And if you don't look like fucking ripped to like a Greek god, like fucking Jason Momoa or like Hugh Jackman or whatever, like when they have to look like that for their action roles, you get shit on as a male too. And honestly, I feel like a lot of it comes from like shallow females, where they won't give guys who might be a little bit like they have a dad bod or whatever the time of day, because they care more about how they physically look or about how much money they make, as opposed to like their personality and how and the type of companionship they can get from their partner long term. So I totally get what Lord Intellectual is saying with this stuff. Like, it's definitely like a double standard, and it's definitely a thing that happens to like men and women. And I just don't understand why people try to make it seem like, oh, it only happens to one side. It doesn't. It happens like all over the place.
immediately turn around, slap to the face. Oh, you're smashing yourself with a hammer? Well, 100 years ago we used to have to wear corsets, and I would bait that.
Oh yeah, that's true. Then again, like the thing about those types of like freaking deranged people is that hopefully this doesn't ever happen, but they might still like say some shit like, ugh, it's freaking annoying. But I guess it's lucky that you don't have to go out.
Very heavily and very strongly, because the big difference between women's beauty standards and men's beauty standards is, for men, it is a gate and it is a necessity.
Yeah.
For women, let's be honest, and I'm not going to paint too large a brushstroke here.
Okay.
Because there are legitimate concerns there as well. If you try to pretend only one side is legitimate and the other side is illegitimate or that type of thing, then you're just falling for the same trap that this person just did.
Yeah.
So there are valid concerns from the women's side of things as well. But you have to admit, the majority of women's beauty standards are enforced by women or other women.
Yeah.
A woman can wear a potato sack and men will still find her attractive. And
True.
she will still find success in having a partner. It's like, that is ultimately what it comes down to. But if a man wants to have a partner, the beauty standards are absolutely insane. And a man has to cultivate his body to an extreme degree in order to be considered attractive.
Yeah.
Now, I know this firsthand because I used to weigh about 102 pounds. Extremely
damn.
skinny. And this is when I was mostly full grown as well, air quote. And going from that to when I started bulking and started putting on muscle and actually became what would be considered conventionally attractive, the world fucking changed. So I'm talking from experience here, and we can sort of bleed into a little bit of home math here, but I don't want to go too far in that direction either. It's just, you'll very rarely hear me defend the manosphere just on a point of principle, because there is a lot wrong with the manosphere. And I will be the first to admit that, and I will be the first to point that out.
Okay.
But this was such a shock to me, because this is the way the normies view it. This is the way the normies view the subject matter. There's no nuance, there's no consideration, there's no... The idea that there could possibly be anything legitimate behind the idea of smashing your face with a hammer. Obviously, the actual act of smashing your face with a hammer is ridiculous, and you should not do that.
Yeah.
But why are these men smashing their face with a hammer?
Yeah.
Why is it that they feel pressure and feel the need to do this? Why are men flocking towards this type of content? I mean, we see this conversation happening all over the place, and it is just like in the UK, they're trying to. Oh, you know what? Don't get me started on the UK because we'll be here for another hour. But the point is, men everywhere are, as a trend, moving right. Like that has been well documented across the world, and they are moving into these more insular circles. Well, why is that? Well, you're taking away men's spaces, you're taking away workshops, you're taking away just anything that is remotely masculine is being vilified, even health.
No, yeah, I can definitely see that. It's true. Like, it's like, how do I say it? It's like a weird, like I said before, like a weird double standard. They don't want you as a man to display like traditional masculinity, and people are gonna be like, blah blah blah. It doesn't have to be because, I mean, what I find to be traditional masculinity is stuff like being a provider or a protector for your family, however the way that might be. You know, I'm not judging anybody for how that happens. And then just like being like supportive, but like in a more, I would say like protector type role. So it's like people don't want that, but then like they do want that at the same time. Like it's like it doesn't make sense. Like it's like as a male, you can't like express your, like you can't have that type of a traditional view, or they don't want you to express that because then like, oh no, I'm getting attacked or whatever the fuck crazy shit these people want to make up. But then at the same time, yeah, they want the protection without the obligation. Yeah, because then at the same time, if you as a man show like a different sense of masculinity in that you're more like, I would say like emotionally attuned, but that doesn't mean that you're like any less of a man. But if you show or express a little bit like emotional intelligence or whatever, then on the flip side, they're like, you'll get told, and I know this has happened where they're like, why don't you be a man, blah, blah, blah. But it's like they want you to be like that, but then they don't want you to be like that. And I'm sure as a male, especially a young male, you're just like, what the fuck? Like, it's fucking confusing. Yeah, it doesn't fucking make sense.
The masculinity is being vilified. I mean, you want another example? Look at the lunk alarm at, is it Planet Fitness? I believe it's Planet Fitness.
Yeah, it's Planet Fitness.
I'd have to go look that up. But there is recently,
I don't even know what the fuck the lunk alarm is. I never understood what it was for. Like, what the fuck does it do? Like, it just seemed dumb to me.
It has become bad to be a man. And
yeah,
this is a conversation that will turn into something that is very, very long. Because you look at why is it bad to be a man? There are a lot of reasons behind that. And one of the ones that I want to bring to your attention is, well, men are naturally protectors.
Yeah.
What do protectors do? Well, they protect. What does that mean? It means they get in the way of bad people. It means they stop bad people from taking advantage of good people.
Yeah.
It means they will protect their women. It means they will protect their children. It means they will build a community and protect that community.
Yeah.
That gets in the way of certain things, doesn't it? Think about a lot of the strife that's happening in the world and how inconvenient it is to people within certain realms of power to have strong men who will actually stand up for their beliefs and their communities and their people.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go too much into that because that's drifting away from the core idea here a little bit and the core argument I'm trying to make. But it's just, sometimes you need to get outside of your own sphere to realize how bad things are. Because being in contact with the manosphere and the red pill and a lot of my algorithm sometimes leads me to believe that there is more hope in the world than there actually is.
Yeah.
And all you have to do, you don't even have to go look at left-leaning content. Just look at normie content. And I mean, this particular content is left-leaning, but that's the way the vast majority of normie content is.
Yeah.
To have that slapped back down. Okay, yes, Andrew Tate, absolutely not the best guy. You're not going to hear me. You're not going to hear me defend Andrew Tate, not even here. But the core idea of the manosphere in the red pill is improve yourself be okay with yourself. There's a little bit of stoicism in there. Control what you can. Don't stress about what you can't. It's essentially shrink your world a little bit to you and your own. Have that community, protect that community.
Yeah. Okay.
And be a productive member of society, because we all need to contribute towards society. But that becomes very inconvenient when you expect people to contribute to society and you're importing a bunch of people who don't do that and are actively taking away from that society. Again,
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into that. We're going into whole other topics here. Let's watch the rest of that. There's only a few minutes left in this segment, but now that you know what is happening here, I want you to really think about the message that is behind this and pay attention to the language that they're using about vilifying masculinity, writing it off as dumb, and just they're infantilizing this entire, you know what? Let me just let it play. And I want you to tell me in the comments after we're done with this segment exactly what you think and what you have noticed before I go on to wrap this up.
Okay.
Faucets that crushed organs, arsenic rubbed into the skin to look pale, poison eye drops to help you look interested, breasts implanted, buttholes lasered, lips injected, eyelids entire.
Why is there laugh tracks for this? That shit's not funny. Also, I think people were putting arsenic and stuff because they just didn't know that it, you know, did that shit to you. First of all, I think it stems from a point of ignorance, not a point of beauty standard. But I don't understand, like, why is any of this being treated as a ha-ha hee-hee thing? I don't think it's funny. Like, it's like a serious thing. What the fuck?
Removed. And that's just some of the ways that you can go.
If I saw a woman who had her eyelids entirely removed,
what the fuck?
I'd go blind. I mean, I know they're obviously being facetious here, but at the same time, notice how it's a constant escalation. First, they had to wear corsets. Then they had to rub poison into their skin.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Their eyelids. Like, pay attention to the psychological tricks that are going on here.
From desk to dinner. Except for women, it's not optimisation. It's the tax you pay to be seen, heard, and if you're lucky, land a gig on a topical infotainment show to give the impression of gender balance.
Is this bitch like a comedian, or she just is trying to be like funny? Because I don't see how that's funny. And it's true, like, it's like different extremes from wearing the corset to like getting your fucking eyelids removed, which is like, the fuck? I guess so that you don't have veiled, hooded lids, which, girl, there's makeup techniques you could use to help with your hooded, lids. You don't need to resort to that shit. And it's true what Lord Intellectual says, a lot of these standards put on. Yeah, it's true, right? Yeah, a lot of these standards, I would say, are put on by females, not by males. Like, I mean, like, what the fuck? And it's true, like, if she's really all about, like, blah, like, against that stuff, why the fuck is she wearing makeup? She should go there all barefaced and stuff, but she won't because she'll probably look all dead or whatever. I mean, if you're really all about that, then who gives a fuck? But apparently she does give a fuck about her appearance, because she seems to think that she can't be taken seriously without wearing fucking makeup. Which, on this little side tangent, I hate that weird, like, ideal or thought that goes on that says, I have to wear makeup as a female so that people will take me seriously. Like, there are a lot of women who like to wear makeup just because it makes them feel good, like, on the inside by themselves. You don't, like, not everything that a woman does is to be taken seriously by other men or and honestly, the ones who judge you the most for your appearance like that is other women. I'll be 100% because I've seen that shit. That shit has happened to me. Like, but I don't like how they try to push, like, oh, if you do this, it's because you're trying to impress somebody or impress men, or so that men can take you seriously. And it's like, why can't a woman just, like, wear makeup or dress nice because they want to, because they want to feel good about themselves? Like, not everybody is seeking external validation from people, but because they do, they're assuming that everybody else in the world thinks that way, and that's obviously not necessarily the case because we're all different people. Damn, and the monkeys be clapping.
To young men.
Well, Charlie, in shocking news, making people hate themselves is still good business. And because...
That is actually a good point, though.
I'm not above monetizing a crisis. Allow me to introduce my own 3-step routine designed to corrupt young men for good. You can just sit there quietly.
What the fuck?
Notice how young men are being corrupted by being told to better themselves. Okay, this is in a bit of a weird way, but still.
No, yeah, that's fucked up. Also, I'll say this too, because I know I just said it about women. Why can't a guy just look good because he wants to look good? Like, you know what I mean? I don't understand why it's demonized. When it's work to support my family. No, yeah, it's true, because you still, like, do stuff like, you know, protect your family and all that stuff, regardless of, like, your physical capabilities and stuff. But it's true also, like, why can't a guy just, like, why is it bad for a man to have, like, self-esteem? Like, everybody should have, like, better self-esteem, unless you're, like, some sort of egomaniacal lunatic. But I just don't understand why it's, like, so demonized, like, especially for a man to be like, you know what, I want to work out and get, like, buff, or I don't want to get buff, but I just want to look fit, or whatever, or I just want to, you know, like, get a haircut, or trim my beard, or grow a beard, or whatever it is, you know, whatever the guy wants to do, or wear nice clothes. He gets, like attacked. Like, I don't understand why people can't just do shit because they just want to feel good about themselves. Why is it bad to feel good about yourself? Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, because well, not just men and women, but in particular men, because for some reason in the modern day there's this big attack on masculinity. But yeah, it's true, because they want, these weirdo people want for the guy partners to be like, they don't want a partner. They want somebody, like, clearly there's somebody who's, like, narcissistic or whatever, and they don't want a partner. They want somebody to basically, like, be like a fucking servant, or like an emotional punching bag or whatever, because I guess they were raised as, like, daddy's girls or some shit, and their daddy never told them no. So they never learned how to have boundaries, or how to or maybe they didn't even have a dad, so they don't know how to, like, respect traditional masculinity and stuff like that, or they just were never taught things like roles or boundaries or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Core message is you need to improve yourself, and that's apparently a corrupting message,
right?
Want to get all the chicks talking about your engorged frontal lobe? You need...
Yes, I forgot about this. You want to talk about brain maxing? I mean, well, you've come to the right content creator, that's for sure. Okay.
That looks like a library card.
Brain Max uses reading to boost knowledge, sharpen critical thinking, and lower your risk of injecting goo into your dong.
So, one, why is this a joke? Oh, hello, balcony. Two, why is it wrong for a man or anybody in general to want to educate themselves further? Like, if you want to do that, good for you. If you want to learn logic and critical thinking, like, good for you. I don't understand why now it's like a bad thing. Like, especially like for dudes. It's like, what the hell? Like, do they want everybody to be like a dumb fucking monkey? Like, oh my god, we did not, like, evolve as a species to, like, de-evolve back to, like, fucking little single cell amoeba planktons.
So, I mean, I can counterpoint this immediately from first-hand experience. I don't even need to cite any second-hand information here, because Lord Intellectual was Lord Intellectual long before he was buff. He had the same IQ, I had the same level of intelligence, I had the same critical thinking skills, but it wasn't until I got the muscles that things changed before I started to get attention from women. Again, it is a get.
Yeah.
Yes, you want your man to be intelligent. You don't just want a himbo, but you have to pass that attractiveness hurdle first. Attractiveness cannot be negotiated. And
it's true.
There's a lot of rhetoric around there where, oh, it's all about personality. Personality helps once you're past that attractiveness gate, once you have cleared that minimum threshold. And this is a...
No, 100%. I think I mentioned it before. A lot of these types of, like, shallow women are looking at physical appearance first and then personality. they're looking at, because they want some like weird made up being to be like, I want him to be super buff and super rich and smart, but not too smart, because then if he's too smart and he has too much self-esteem, then I can't get him to do what I want. So you have to meet all these like thresholds that are like literally impossible, you know? Yeah, or looking at the bank account first, and then if you have a decent personality, then they like consider that. But like Lord Intellectual is true, right? Like if you're too skinny as a guy or too chunky or whatever, you get super overlooked by females. And it's like, and I from what I've seen in like, okay, I don't have like a lot of dating experience, but I do kind of like observe people like in their dating stuff. Especially, I mean, you know, I'm a vampire, been around for a while. I feel like from my like experience from seeing stuff, I feel like a man is more willing to accept physical flaws in a female partner than a female is willing to accept physical flaws in a male partner. And I don't know why that is. Yeah, it's true. Oh my God, I could go on a whole rant about that. Especially like women who get pregnant just so they can like purposefully exploit a rich dude or a guy who makes more money than her for fucking child support and shit. Yeah.
This is what a lot of the red pill talks about, in that they'll bitch and whine and they'll complain that the minimum threshold is too high. And I want to be clear here, I am not in opposition to having a minimum threshold for beauty. I mean, beauty is really the foundation. It's subjective. Is to show that you are healthy and that you are a good mate, that you have good genetics, and the genetics you would pass on to your children would mean that they would be more likely to survive. That is what the ultimate basis of everything with regards to attraction is. Obviously.
Yeah, like it or not, it's true. Even like with the other way, like with, it's just, I think that we're a lot more, like, how do I explain, like unga bunga with that stuff. That's why a lot of men like curvy females. Some might like petite women, but as long as they look like, you know, like mature and stuff, because it gives like that how do I explain it, that impression of like fertility, where also like how I had said, if a guy looks kind of buff, you know, it gives like a female like that subconscious or whatever thing for like for being a protector. Of course there's like a lot of nuance and stuff like that. Yeah. But it's like how do I say it? There's a lot of, it's like hella complicated, but yeah.
There is more to it than that, but the minimum threshold for beauty is to show that you are healthy.
Yeah, I can see that.
Today, that has been skewed because it's no longer just about being healthy. It's you have to really cultivate, and you have to put so much, like gym is hard, guys. Gym is fucking hard.
Oh, yeah.
So much effort goes into just meal prep, taking in the right calories, taking in the right nutrients. Like, the eating is more difficult than the weightlifting. Let's be honest here.
But my God, yeah. He's 100%, man. When you're trying to watch what you're eating so that you can, like, lose weight or build muscle or whatever the heck you're trying to do, that is way hard. I mean, not that exercise isn't hard. Yes, it is. But having the self-control to not eat like a bunch of junk food all the time, it's difficult. Not that I think you shouldn't sometimes indulge, like, but he's right, it is difficult.
And I'm starting to drift. The main crux of that is, yes, you need to have a personality as well.
Yeah.
And you need to be intelligent as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter how intelligent you are or how strong your personality is until you have that base level of attractiveness.
Yeah.
Because you saw it on TikTok.
What the fuck?
But why stop at the mind when you can train the body's most important muscle, the heart? Introducing.
And this is, again, she's about to talk about like emotional vulnerability and emotional regulation and emotional intelligence, that type of thing. All of that, again, is good and is a positive. But it ain't going to matter until you pass that level of attractive. I remember I was sitting, Do I want to tell this story? I will tell this story. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, it is one example. It is a sample size of one. But I was sitting in an office lobby one day. Don't need to go into details. Anyway, a couple walks in, and immediately my alarm bells start going off because this guy is in a tank top, but not in a muscle building tank top. Like this is an office type environment. This is a professional type environment.
Oh,
And
hey, thanks, Diabolical. Thank you for stopping by.
A bogan, but he is very, very muscular, and he has quite the jawline.
Okay.
Now, this will become important in a moment, but just note that he is very conventionally attractive.
Okay.
And the partner that is with him is also very conventionally attractive. She is blonde, she's got a really nice face, nice figure, all of this type of stuff.
Okay.
But the way he talked to her, she was being very lovey. She was being very affectionate. She was holding his hand and holding his arm and doing all of this type of stuff.
Uh-huh.
And they were in line to see the concierge.
Okay.
And I forget what the individual issue was, but
Ah,
she was
dang.
asking him to do something. And in the middle of the crowd, in this professional environment, he ripped his arm out of her grasp, squared up to her, shoulders forward, leaning in, very aggressively. I was like, "Stop squawking at me." I shouldn't do the accent, but it was extremely aggressive. To the point I almost intervened, but bear in mind this did also happen across like the course of a few seconds. I was not expecting it, and it was kind of over before there was really much for me to say.
Gotcha.
And it's just that dude had a shit personality, and you could tell that she didn't. And yes, okay, it's not too long to go off, but if he had not have been attractive, that shit personality would not have gotten him a woman.
True.
And so what she's saying is, have a good personality and you'll get a... No, that is not... There is always room for nuance here. But until you pass that threshold of attractiveness, it's not going to matter. So everything that she's saying here is largely invalid, or at the very least telling half a story, and it is disingenuous. And that is really my problem with this whole argument. It is spouting a disingenuous message that is not addressing the concerns of the very real concerns that are out there and why men are smashing their faces with hammers.
Goddamn.
Crimax helps young men access basic human empathy before the internet turns them into entitled pests.
What? The fuck? Bitch, you learned that shit from like growing up and shit. What the hell? Jeez.
There you go. If you want an equal partner in life, you are an entitled pest. Again, pay attention to the language they're using.
Are those DVDs?
It's a curated collection of films where the dog dies. And the first 10 minutes of Up.
What the fuck?
And the last 5 minutes of Shawshank Redemption.
It's so good that he found Andy on the beach.
What the fuck? Although, I will say the first 10 minutes of make me ugly cry. I haven't seen the Shawshank Redemption in a while, though. I totally forgot what happened at the end of that.
Finally, for premium members, a radical new treatment that blocks out harmful content, misogynists, and 5G.
What?
And we're back to go touch grass.
No.
Ow!
Die.
Would you please thank Nicolette Minster?
Okay, guys, pause the video. Put your thoughts in the comments because there is a lot to break down there. Again, the main thing is, okay, this is meant to be a comedy show. There is a veneer of comedy over it, and yes, you should not censor comedy. Either everything is okay or nothing is okay. But by the same token, this is using comedy as a veil, as a shroud, as a misdirect to deliver what I believe is a very toxic message. And again, this is in normie content. This content was not made for you and me. This content was not made even for terminally online left-leaning individuals. This is for the general population. And you need to remember what a small percentage of the general population you and I make up. We are not the normal. We are not.
Or not? I thought it was pretty normal.
This has just.
He.
I needed to highlight this because there is a lot of danger here. And a lot of the danger is coming from the fact that this is on a public broadcaster. This has money behind it. Okay, not a lot of money, but it is still a professionally produced show that is airing on free-to-air national television, and this is the message and the language that they use. Can you understand why Lord Intellectual has an issue with this and why I have highlighted it today? There's a lot to discuss here, but I want this to be an open conversation. Hopefully you've left your thoughts in the comments. I'll be going through the comments, and it's just... I do believe in humanity, and I do have a lot of hope for humanity. Nothing is as doom and gloom as the news would have you believe. But when I looked into this and when I saw this, it was just...
It's freaking ridiculous.
Created Lord Intellectual to begin with, because this is so dumb and this is so disingenuous and it is so anti-intellectualism that I am here explicitly and specifically to be the counter to this kind of content, because we can't stop this content from being created, nor should we, but we also can't let this kind of content to go unanswered. The big problem is normies aren't going to watch my show. They aren't going to come onto YouTube and watch my video. So this is not really going to reach the people that it needs to. At least not yet. But hopefully by informing all of you and bringing this to your attention and breaking it down in that intellectual manner, it is important and it does matter and it does make a difference. Guys, never think it doesn't make a difference, because if I inform you, you might inform other people and it filters down and it contributes into the larger societal awareness. And hopefully the Overton window will shift and this type of thing will become unacceptable in 5 years, 10 years, or at least recognized for what it is. With that, guys, I am going to wrap up. Again, definitely let me know your thoughts in the comments. Thank you so much for watching today, and we will take it from there. Enjoy.
Yeah. Woo, that was cool. That was interesting. Yeah, it's true. Okay, wait. Just BRB, guys. I gotta go potty. Okay, I'm back. What the heck? What the heck? You peed on stream? Oh, you have that fancy little travel pee-pee thing. I sadly do not have one of those. It's easy when you have a penis. What? 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 Woo! Okay. Let's see. Choo-choo-choo.
Have you ever wanted to watch an anime that just had more?
Oh, the one that's like, my pussy. That one is funny. Okay, this one's The Fading Legacy of Black Lagoon by Joseph Fu.
Or a show built on mercenary gang violence, post-war fallout, and people surviving through the world's modern tragedies.
I actually haven't seen it.
Be able to be made today. That anime is Black Lagoon.
Oh?
Look, I know what I am, okay? I'm the kid who got into shonen, and that's all I watched when I started to watch anime. And I'm not talking the small shonen, I'm talking the shonen that are at least 300 episodes long. Black Lagoon was one of the animes that made me look at anime differently. It could deliver me deep and controversial stories with genuine depth, and it still had fire action.
Aw, damn. Oh.
So why Black Lagoon? For one, the setting is incredibly interesting, with a very strong supporting cast, and a truly fascinating look at the personalities and differences between all the different gangs in Moranapur. But more than anything else, the real heart of Black Lagoon is its main cast. See, the Lagoon Company is the main cast, the anchor of the entire story. A ragtag.
Aw, damn it, I wasn't supposed to say that word.
Cover says of heroes, which is absolutely not true, by the way, but regardless, they are led by a man named Dutch. Dutch is the man who keeps the entire crew from collapsing at every conceivable moment. He's the boss of the Black Lagoon Company. He's an African American, a vet of the Vietnam War, and the Black Lagoon itself belongs to him. It's a modified torpedo boat, a gift from his days with the US Army. But Dutch is the professional of the group. Unlike many of the other characters within the Lagoon Company, he's not driven by ego or bloodlust, or an overwhelming obsession with anything. He's level-headed, he's pragmatic, and somehow has a level of authority where he can command Revy to do whatever he asks. But above all else, he's a professional, and we can see that in his relationship with Balalaika. She places a large amount of not only respect but agency with Dutch because of this reliability. However, the same cannot be said any other member of the Lagoon crew. Benny he's the most normal of the Lagoon group prior to Rock joining, and his position in the group allows him to take distance from the violence and the crime. He works at his computer, a crime of another nature. He scans when boats are coming near on the radar, and he links up communications when they need to pass off a hostage. He's the information backbone, the man in the chair. So that makes him genuinely really important, especially at the start of the story, where he's the only normal-ish one. I believe he acts as a reflection of what Rock could be. By mere fact of his existence within the Lagoon group, Benny has proven that he can keep himself at a distance. You can disassociate and treat it like a normal job. And to him, not only is it a normal job, but it also can be a sustainable way to live. I believe Benny is a large part as to why Rock makes the decision to stay with the Lagoon group. Benny serves, at least at the beginning of the story, as Rock's proof of concept. The Lagoon Company dropped by and dropped off 2 packages for me. After all, they are a delivery service, and that is the boxes from Tokyo Treat and Sakura Co. Both of these are monthly Japanese snack boxes that let you experience Japan from the comfort of your own home. Tokyo Treat is the fun one.
Oh, dang.
Limited edition Japanese snacks like Kit Kats, chips, noodles, and all the other treats you usually can't find outside of Japan. This month's theme is Sakura Spring Snack Fest. Cats, by the way, bang. Then there's Sakura Co. Regal, formal. It focuses on traditional Japanese snacks. Each box includes artisan sweets, Japanese teas, and even a piece of tableware.
Yeah.
This month's Sakura theme in bloom. Both boxes ship worldwide, including a cultural booklet that explains the snacks, the flavors, and even includes how they were made and allergy information. Try them for yourself. Check the link below and use code Josephu for $5 off your first box.
It's a
Thank you,
cool shirt.
Tokyo Treat Sakura Co. for sponsoring this video. And then we have the poster child, Revy. Revy's real name is Rebecca Lee, a Chinese American from Chinatown, Manhattan. She's not as reliable as Dutch. Don't let her appearance fool you, for she is a legendary two-hands. She's the muscle of the Lagoon Company. She fights with a pair of Berettas that she calls sword and cutlass. A little on the nose for the whole piracy angle. And we
He'll
don't
take
know
his milk money.
about her background. We know that
Lol.
she grew up in the underworld from an early age, which is why she clashes so hard with another member of the crew, Rock. Her background made her into an individual that can't be classified as a hero. She's an outlaw. She's so impulsive and fundamentally in a constant state of fight or flight that makes her
she's the heart of the show.
pig-headed and ruthless. But in terms of the anime itself and what she offers within the story, she works on a lot of levels. Unlike some of the other members of the cast, she is the spectacle. For one, almost every fight includes her in some way, and she has some unbelievable, like literally unbelievable feats when it comes to the levels of destruction this woman can wrought, considering she only has 2 pistols, maybe a rocket launcher. But as a character, she represents the setting of the story so well. Someone raised in squalor and hatred, doing whatever they have to do to survive, basically representing Roanapur as a whole. She is a reflection of the city itself, but she also acts as a perfect collision and mirror to our next character, Rock. Or more accurately, Rogoro Okajima. Rock is probably the most important character in Black Lagoon, not because of any position or power he holds, but because he is the lens through which we come to understand Roanapur in the first place. Before all this, he was just a Japanese businessman, a salaryman, sent out to deliver a disc for his company, only to be kidnapped by the Lagoon Company themselves, and then, more importantly, abandoned by the people he worked for back home. And that betrayal is what really creates Rock. Okajima is the man who had a normal life, but Rock is the man who decided to stay in Roanapur. Rock is the least physically threatening member of the group. He's not Dutch, he's not Revy, and he's definitely not built for the world he's decided to stay in. What he is, though, is useful. He's educated. He can negotiate. The best example of that is when we see him handle a trade deal with the rip-off church very early in the anime itself, a situation that was going to end in a bloodbath. But what I personally found so interesting about Rock, Roanapur gets to him. At the start, he's horrified by the city and everything it represents, but over time, he starts to adapt to it. Then he'd start to understand it, and eventually even using it. Sure, Rock started this story as a normal guy, but he's not that normal guy anymore. He's been reshaped by this new world he's decided to live in. And his relationship with Revy is such a huge part of that change, because the two of them are fundamentally opposites. Revy is someone born in this world, forced to do terrible things to survive, while Rock was someone who was initially dragged into it, but nonetheless actively chose to live this life. Watching these two collide is what gives the story so much depth. At first, Revy treats Rock as a joke, or more accurately, an experiment. Some sheltered little outsider who will either break or toughen up and become just like everyone else in Roanapur. But once Rock starts adapting and still retains his character, it starts to annoy Revy. And what starts to annoy Revy a lot more is how he starts to question her. He becomes threatening in a different way. He forces her to confront the idea that maybe her worldview is not the only possible response to the kind of world she grew up in. And that's way more interesting than a simple clash conflict that we see from most other duos in anime. But once Rock starts to question her, she can no longer treat Rock as that science project she started for amusement, and that it's actually Rock who forces her to look within herself, something she cannot do due to her trauma, evidently. And it creates one of the best moments of tension in the series, in my personal opinion. See, in the previous episode, Revy threatens Rock, threatening to kill him if he ever brings up this conversation and if he ever stops being useful. And when Rock challenges that, she actively tries to kill him. But Rock stands up for himself, no longer the helpless pup she picked up, and in the end, the collision is ended by the local Roanapur police. But it ends on this really somber note. They only have one lit cigarette, and they have to share it in order to light another. And it ends up coming to a mutual understanding of one another. Revy realizing that she was wrong about Rock, and she starts to see him as an actual member of the Lagoon Company.
So they had to duke it out before.
I'm so tired. I want to go home and sleep.
Hey! If you're enjoying the video so far, I'd really appreciate you subscribing. It would support me in creating more videos like this. With that aside, enjoy the rest of the video. Once you move past the Black Lagoon Company itself, the story setting really starts to show off. Because the Black Lagoon crew are honestly the smallest part of what makes the setting of Roanapur the shithole it truly is. A city that is being held together by a bunch of contrasting criminal powers who all hate each other, but need to tolerate each other all the same. Every faction in this place has its own identity, its own style, its own culture, and its own way of surviving and profiting from the lucrative opportunities that this city offers. The first one of these organizations that comes to mind is the Rip-Off Church, the first group and the smallest one. A beautiful and holy church on the hill is a front for a weapons and drug smuggling operation, dressed up in Catholic clothing. Sister Loanda is the nun.
Ooh, okay, have a good sleepies.
Something illegal, they can probably get it. If you need a route, a fake name, a quiet deal, or a way around even the rules of Roanapur itself, they're the people you go to. I personally believe it's down to the undeveloped plot point that there's a connection to the CIA. See, Ida, the other nun, was either presently or previously a CIA operative. Now, to me, this link suggests that the US is selling arms to the population of Roanapur, and this isn't just some quinky-dink. To me, feels like it plays into the very real historical tradition of US covert influence through proxy wars and off-the-books relationships with armed groups. It really harkens back to the controversy that we've seen in the Reagan, Nixon, or Clinton presidencies. During these presidencies, the US armed other countries based on their ideologies and in some cases religions. However, this has never been confirmed or hinted at by the mangaka themselves, so for the purposes of this video, it's purely speculation. But next up is the Triad. But I just like to call the Triad Chang's group. Mainly because there's not much
Chang's group
to the Triad outside of their leader, Chang. Sure, they don't have the same overwhelming strength and military background as Hotel Moscow, but they're still able to stand as one of the highest bars in the city, if not the second highest, only next to Hotel Moscow. Every other gang seems to either fall, die, or collapse, while the Triad remains strong. And Chang is not one for pedantic. He doesn't have any long speeches about how he needs to be feared and respected, nor does the series constantly parade his gang around to prove their strength. You get to see it from him as the individual. See how he carries himself, how he's always calm, composed, and genuinely wins every fight he takes. And I don't think that's a coincidence. So, all in all, the Triad is carried by Chang, at least within the story so far. But the biggest and most influential group in the entire story is Hotel Moscow. It's a military force that lost its country and found a new place within the city of Roanapur. Most of the major factions in Black Lagoon vary from the smugglers, traffickers, opportunists, people who are shaped by greed and
The cat, huh?
just trying to make a quick buck. Hotel Moscow is different. They are trained soldiers who went to war and never really came back. At one point, Benny gives a little background. Most of her men are Soviet Afghanistan war veterans, and that history lies over their entire faction as the only credible origin to the group itself. This gives them an edge on basically every other group because they are organized and trained soldiers, and they have a strong leader to rally behind and follow orders without question. And of course, that leader is the definition of a girl boss, Balalaika. Now, Balalaika is probably my favorite character in the whole story, okay? See, her role as almost architect of the entire story is usually reserved for an antagonist. Because Balalaika's influence is spread all over Roanapur, she essentially is the most powerful character in the entire story. It's usually a role that's reserved for an antagonist. But because the characters we follow in the story, Black Lagoon Company, they're not exactly heroes. So their moral character doesn't really allow Balalaika to be labeled as an antagonist. The narrative refuses to frame her that way. If Balalaika takes interest in a problem, she uses it as an opportunity to reshape the power of balance in the area that it's involved in. And any time Hotel Moscow seems to get involved in any form of conflict, well, it seems to either end in torture or explosions. Nevertheless, the point I'm trying to make is that the story places an extraordinary narrative authority on one character. She's almost elemental. She's almost a force of nature within the universe itself. Balalaika is the all-powerful god of Roanapur. Although the production of Black Lagoon's anime seems to be somewhat turbulent, it wasn't really. The reason it stopped was pretty concise and clear. However, it did start with a lot of skepticism. See, Reihiro didn't hand over the manga to any random team and hope for the best. He didn't know whether to trust anyone with the success of his story. Because of circumstance, he did trust one key figure, the director, Sunwo Kabachi. And that trust was the foundation of why this adaptation was so loyal from the beginning. Now, Kabachi wasn't just directing the series. The reason why he was able to have so much impact on the series as a whole was because he was handling a lot. He was handling composition, scripts, and he gave the anime a really strong case of consistency and loyalty to the source material. On top of that, it was being produced by the studio Madhouse, a studio with a range of experience to handle any form of vision that could possibly be imagined. So it was well able to handle the violent yet cynical world of Black Lagoon. Hiro had no idea who to hand it off to, but when Katabachi came to him, showed his past work, and promised to give a faithful adaptation, Hiro put faith in this one individual. The reason why that's important is because it rules out the most consistent cause of death for an anime like Black Lagoon. It's not a...
That's gangsta. Friggin', I love that anime. It got cut short because of, I think Madhouse stopped being a thing, but yeah, it's a good anime.
Case of the creator or the adaptation being disliked, or when a studio decides not to go with the source material. And this is amazing because by Hiro's own accounts, he was not involved with the anime's day-to-day production at all. But Black Lagoon by no means was a failed anime. It got a full 24-episode TV run, then followed up later on by Roberta's Blood Trail, a 5-episode OVA that continued the story from the original anime. And it's worth mentioning, from an anime that has a adult-oriented audience, which have a history of doing poorly, Black Lagoon didn't have these issues. It was fairly popular. All in all, the anime and its OVA were really successful. That doesn't mean the anime was easy to make. There was issues during production. The television run had to be split into 2 breaks. The first season was supposed to be a 24-episode run, like most anime was back in the day. But they opted to shorten the season to give more time to the people making it. Kabachi has spoken out about how demanding the end of the production was. And there's no question that the series was put under heavy burden, not production collapse. The anime was under pressure, but because of choices made by the director, it came out strong and still left enough of an impression for the team to come back to continue working on the OVA. So if the adaptation itself was good and the production team was trusted, along with a director that everyone adored, then what was the real issue? Why did the
cat,
series not continue? And that's when we have to start looking at the manga.
Oh.
The manga became the bottleneck for this anime. Like many anime of its time, the mangaka simply could not keep up with the demand of the anime audience. And because of that, the core reason that it did not continue as an ongoing anime is not because the anime failed, it's that the manga stopped being a stable source to adapt. Hiro has spoken about the difficulty the Roberta arc was for him. He said it was painful to draw and left him mentally and physically exhausted at times. And after that arc, he suspended serialization. More than that, he's been quoted to say, at that time, when he reached the end of that material.
That happened with Berserk before. Oh my god, I forgot the mangaka's name. But yeah, it was on like a big hiatus.
He had already poured so much of his own anger, doubt, and frustration about the world into his work that he no longer really knew what he should draw or write next. And because the anime's Roberta Blood Trail adapts that exact material into that final 6 OVAs, the anime effectively
Kentaro Miura.
the same wall that Hiro himself hit as a writer and an artist. So to answer the question I asked at the start of this video, that's why Black Lagoon feels and is unfinished. Not because the anime was mishandled, and not because nobody cared or it wasn't successful, but because the source material became unstable and uncontinued. Right when the adaptation reached its most demanding point in terms of audience. And instead of writing their own story and continuing separately from the source material, Hiro and his story faded into the background, but still lives on in people like me, who recommend the anime, regardless of the fact that it's an unfinished story. But because of how unique and special the story felt to us, Black Lagoon will never disappear. Not to me. And now, hopefully, not to you.
Ooh. I thought it was just, wait, who?
Hey, thanks a million for watching the video. You have no idea how much I appreciate the fact that you are...
This guy or Kentaro Miura? Although I think Kentaro Miura passed away already. Ooh, okay. See, we got... I think, but I know there was a part where it was on hiatus for quite some time. Mugen apologized and it was terrible. Okay, this one is the one about all that shit with Saikuno and and his girlfriend and all that. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It happens a lot, honestly.
We did it! Mugen took his video down. Hopefully Saikuno and his girlfriend can get some privacy to deal with the relationship alone now that Mugen has realized he f***ed up. He put out an apology. I'm going to try to be as fair as possible in reviewing this. However, I would like to state I do have a pretty heavy negative bias towards Mugen. A couple months ago, he put out a hit piece on me on Twitter where he lied on my name, not once, not twice, 17 times.
Wow.
This is real. You can find it for yourself. He found a document made by Mizkif and made an entire expose on me with 17 lies on me and my community after I put Mugen on game, after I let him.
So that Mugen person is already a liar, or at least known to be, at least by from Techie's perspective. Damn.
On my channel after I hooked him up with collaborations, and then he later went live that day and said that I deserve to get called a rapist for the rest of my life, even though everybody knows I have no criminal record. The police.
What the fuck? That's so fucked up to say about somebody. Jeez.
Police already investigated me and dropped the case because they realized it was a non-issue. However, a lot of people jumped the gun on me. Mugen is probably the one with the most influence, that and Mizkif. So to be honest, I'm not really too crazy about Mugen. I'm really not. However, I'm going to be as fair as I possibly can going through this apology.
Yep.
And I'm going to rate it from 1 to 10, and I will let you know if I accept it or not. Now, this is after Mugen exposed people's relationship problems they never wanted to be made public. So,
might I add, he exposed these problems that the person never wanted to be made public, and he knew that. So, keep that in mind.
let's see it. He never took his videos down. He just privated it. Oh, that would be fucked up. Actually, we can check that. I have an add-on that lets you know your viewer count. Mugen got 9 million. I deleted and unlisted a shit ton of views to where you can't track them because they're all gone. As you can see, from April 5th to April 8th, I was unlisting and deleting a lot of views. When you delete videos, the views get erased from your channel, and they actually negatively affect your channel quite a bit. But there were
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
videos that I weren't proud of, so I deleted them. Mugen claimed he deleted the video yesterday, but that's impossible because it says 977,000 views gained. It would be negative 1.2 million if he deleted them, with 0 views gained today for both of us because it doesn't track current live views. Mugen never deleted the video. He only privated it because he wanted to keep the money he made off of it, and he didn't want his channel to hit a detriment after going through someone's personal life and
so
making
first
things
things
public. He never wanted.
Oh, okay, yeah, because if he were to take it off, it would affect his, basically his YouTube payout, because the views would go away. So then he privated it instead, so he could still profit off of it. Damn, that's fucked up. That is hella fucked up. Damn, dude.
Exposed. That's so fucked up. That means at any time he can republish that video. That's actually so bad. And that video made 2.3 million views, which means he made at minimum $8,000, at maximum 30 grand. So he made somewhere between 8 to 30 grand.
Wow. Wow. That's hella fucked up.
On a video spreading lies about another content creator while trying to act like he was the morally virtuous one. That's insane. People aren't going to talk about that, but I've been in this business for a bit.
All right, so first things first, this video is not monetized. I'm not about to pull a CC in the big...
Yeah, but your last one was. If you had any balls, you would donate all the money you made off the last video to Saikuno and his girlfriend.
2026. I'm making this in regard to my last video.
Also, bro just takes a pot shot at another creator for no fucking reason, bro. Focus on your own apology.
About Saikuno. I want to clarify how this video came to be, while also taking accountability and apologizing for the mistakes that I made.
I'm not going to take Mugen's word at face value. I'm going to wait until the other people involved also weigh in. I will wait to give all sides. Right now, I don't trust Mugen at all. We've already seen that he has lied 17 times this year about me, as well as many other creators in his more recent videos. Fun fact, a lot of people actually say I only started to call out Mugen after he betrayed me. Actually not true. Longtime viewers of my channel would know I've been calling Mugen out since May 31st, 2024, when he put out a hit.
Oh, is this about the gacha game drama? Oh my god. Oof.
Piece on Saint Tontas and the voice actors, and I defended Saint Tontas with tooth and nail. So anybody saying, and also, by the way, the video is still disliked. So anybody saying that I'm only now turning on Mugen is a complete fucking liar. I've been calling this guy out for his misinformation very fairly since 2024. Let's see if I can find the video.
To be fair, though, I would say, if he's like, even if he was only calling him out after the dude lied on him, I feel like, isn't that normal? You just got fucking betrayed and lied about with some pretty crazy, like, accusations. I think it's normal to, like, see that person as your enemy and then, you know, heavily criticize them. Like, I feel like that's normal.
I may have actually deleted or hid that video with all those. No, okay, that's a video that I unlisted it or deleted. Unfortunate. Maybe I can find it and repost it, but yeah, no, that's there. I just showed you guys earlier that I deleted and unlisted a lot of my gotcha videos.
Somebody in Techie's chat said he lied about that Mugen lied about powder? What the fuck? Okay, I gotta find that video. I need to watch it because I think Powder said some stuff.
That was most likely one of them. But maybe somebody else has it. And if I find it, I'll post it on Twitter. Let's get into it.
I want to clear up some misinformation spread about me over the last few days. This video was meant to
misinformation spread on you over the last few days. Okay, very interesting. Let's find out.
Come out a bit earlier, but I was told by someone in the know that Sykkuno might release a joint statement with his girlfriend, so I chose to wait for that.
Oh,
first,
hello, Big Papa Pedro.
Later in the video.
This doesn't sound like
yeah, we're good.
An explanation.
So, how did this all begin? Well, for me, it was on April 7th when I was reached out to by Mal for the first time. I was told that a Google Doc was
I will wait for Mal to talk about this before taking Mujan's word at all.
releasing
He's lied far too many times for me to believe him.
soon about a big content creator. And this is when I was asked if I wanted access to it early to maybe make a video about it. The document was going to publicly release on the 10th anyway. This means that this wasn't some grand conspiracy, okay? This document was going to release with or without me. And while
No, that does show that it's conspiracy because whether or not it was going to be released with or without this dude, this person, this chick was like, hey, do you want first dibs on this? That's like almost to the levels of like the paparazzi selling like news scoops and stories on celebrities, man. Like, what the fuck?
yes, rumors of Sykkuno's behavior have been floating around for a while now between certain content creator circles. None of this
Saying a Google Doc was going to release with or without you is even more damning because you could have just let it be, but you wanted clicks so bad that you perpetuated it and made it seem way worse than it was. This isn't an explanation, Mujan. You have already made yourself look way worse in the first 30 seconds.
Actually, yeah, that's true. I didn't think of that angle either. That besides the fact that, Techie's right. It does make it seem that it makes it very apparent why Mujan even made that video in the first place.
You didn't have to participate, but you chose to just because you are hyper fixated on clicks. Sorry, man. That's a really bad look.
This was gonna really convince me to make an early video. If you've watched my channel before, then you'd know that I'm someone who highly values both sides of the story. It's actually something
you used to
that I always implore you to
lies
do before forming your own opinions. And while I do receive so many DMs about scoops or exclusive info about certain topics, I mostly never take them, always choosing to wait for things to unfold in public first before making my videos. What made the situation special though was the 17-minute video recording of the voice call between Mal and Sykkuno. My logic here was simple. It was me thinking that we already had the other side of the story, and it was Sykkuno admitting to his wrongdoings in the most raw and unfiltered way possible.
You took a bunch of out of context clips and then assumed it was over because of the voice call. He admitted to cheating. He never admitted to being a rapist predator. And then you labeled him that. So you did have the full story. Sykkuno cheated. And it's done.
Yeah, it's true. He fucking added his own fucking icing to the fucking shit cake. Like, I'm not saying Sykkuno's not. He is reacting to Mujan's apology video about the whole Sykkuno situation. So yeah, he admitted to being a cheater. Like, Sykkuno's being a cheater and a player, but that's not the same as being accused of being a predator or a rapist.
And then you perpetuated it, and you sensationalized it by calling him a rapist. Do you not understand what damage you did, Mujan? How do you not understand this? The only person who fucked up here was you by sensationalizing it.
So I figured that was enough. At the same time, I thought that since my channel had grown exponentially, don't ask me how or why because I have no idea, I could maybe use my platform for a good cause, spreading awareness about Sykkuno's behavior so that no one else gets...
Bruh, it wasn't even for a good cause though, because like I said, it's one thing to expose someone for being a cheater. It's another thing to accuse them of being a freaking predator and shit. Like, those are two different levels of caca. Like, it's very different. Like, it's not the same thing. And it's sort of like, it's like real virtue signaling, because it's like, not that I'm condoning cheating, of course not, but like I said, those two things are very different things, and I can see now that it seems very obvious that he did it for like clickbait or some shit. It's definitely giving like, because like how Techie said about it sensationalizing people, I definitely get that, because it's like, think about when you're like at the grocery store or whatever and you read like those fucking paparazzi shits, And they always say some crazy ass sensational stuff like so and so got caught lying or stealing, or so and so has a secret love child or whatever. Although that did turn out to be true for Dave Grohl, but but you know what I mean, because that shit will possibly get more sales, or for you to look and possibly pick up that, as opposed to just like run of the mill stuff like, oh, so and so did whatever, like minor thing or thing that isn't as bad as this. So yeah.
Tricked into being a homewrecker against their will, while in parallel encouraging others who have been...
Okay, you cannot be tricked into being a homewrecker against your will, man. Maybe that dude didn't, maybe he didn't like disclose that he was in a relationship, but I think I said this the last time I reacted to the other stuff. Why the fuck didn't they ask? And if they asked and he lied, that's different, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case. There's like a lot of like, it seems like maybe he told them that he was gonna like leave his girlfriend or whatever, and they like drank the Kool-Aid of that.
Wrong by him to finally...
Seen it time and time again.
Additionally, seeing that the person speaking up was doing so from a small account, I figured I could help amplify that message to spread maximum awareness.
Stop trying to act like you're doing this because you're such a good boy. Bro, you clickbait the fuck out of every video, and all of your videos are fully monetized, and you take hella sponsorships. Just say you were trying to get a bag. Stop trying to look like a good person and just admit you do this for money, just like everybody else.
Now, yes, some people...
Nah, he's never gonna admit to that shit because it makes him look like a fucking greedy piece of garbage. Which is counter to whatever the fuck internet image he's trying to make of himself.
By the way, this video is fully monetized. My PayPal is paypal.me/techdome.
Definitely argued I was desperate for a topic.
Yeah, exactly.
Views, but to me, it didn't matter because I was already lucky enough to be able to cover niche topics I enjoy and still somehow reach over 1 million views on them. Again, don't ask me how because I don't know. But that was just the reality.
Bro's trying so hard to stay humble and then went off on Powder, calling her a BBC crazed whore of a white woman.
What? What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, after this, I gotta have to see that video. And also, there's nothing wrong with like liking that. Well, I don't understand. Oh my fucking god. Okay.
And then bragged about how many views he gets and that she doesn't.
Wow.
This is the biggest load of bullshit I have ever seen in my entire life. Are people buying this shit? 4.8 thousand dislikes. Bro is never beating the unreliable narrator allegations.
Reality. Here's the thing though. Releasing the video around the same time as the document meant that I was taking a substantial risk by putting my channel's reputation on the line. I knew this, even at the time. But it was a risk I was willing to take if it meant that I was doing the right thing.
Whatever. It's a risk he's willing to take because he's like, I could be getting a hell of money from this.
Yeah, buddy. Mugen, hero of the VTuber space. If you actually believe this shit, you are so retarded, it's insane. God, bro. God, please. I'm praying to God there's a Tectone Mugen video. Oh, that would be good shit.
Fortunately, though, it didn't really work out as I had hoped, and I ended up making mistakes that I need to take accountability for, which is why we're here today.
Well, let's hear it, because right now you have done a horrible job. You've already been caught in 3 lies in 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Let's keep going here.
The first mistake can be found in the intro of the video, and it's me using the word predator. Yes, it was my idea, and the logic behind it...
He admitted that shit! I knew it.
That's fucked up. That is fucked up. Goddamn. Goddamn. He's basically admitting to using sensationalist fucking language just for like clickbait and shit. Damn, that's fucked up.
I know. I called that frame 1. I said Mugen loves to sensationalize everything. I bet you it was his idea. He is the one who is responsible for Sykkuno being called a predator. That is disgusting rat fuck behavior. And
yeah, it definitely is. Like, what the fuck? Like, where from these stories of people like, oh no, I got cheated on or whatever, does that morph into that? So that clearly shows, oh, damn it, what's the word? Like malice? Like malicious intent to purposefully frame Sykkuno in an even worse light than what he already would be framed in.
No apology is ever going to make up for 2.3 million views of you calling Sykkuno a predator when he was no such thing, and then you doubled and tripled down. This is a defamation suit, and yes, another quarter for the Technodes right jar. There it is. I know, right? Imagine that.
He could get, because if it was put like on the internet and like on print, quote unquote, on the internet, he could totally sue. Sykkuno could totally sue for libel. I mean, look at what happened with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. Just because she freaking put some lies and shit on the internet, you know, Johnny Depp won that case. Well, he should, because it's different to be like, it's fucked up. Like, and then especially with this guy admitting that he just decided to slap that label on Sykkuno just to like make it worse than what it already is. That's crazy, man. That's fucked up.
It was me trying to encompass everything, like the serial cheating, lying, and deliberate targeting of smaller content creators into one word. Before you,
he was not deliberately targeting small content creators. They were reaching out to him. Every single woman, when everything was said and done, said they would still have him. It was by their own want and desire. They're just mad they didn't get to be the one.
Yes. It also, on the part of them fucking content creators, it makes them seem real like clout hoppy. Like, how do I say it? It's like I think in the workplace where somebody like sucks their boss's dick so they can get a promotion. It definitely gives like vibes of that. So yeah. What the hell? This dude brought up Oxford's Dictionary of Predator. Oh, because they're smaller. But see, yeah, it's like what Techie said. And then, I mean, there's receipts. They're the ones who reached out to him, not the other way around.
Jesus. You still can't get it right. You still can't get it right.
Using it, I even made sure to double check its definition in multiple dictionaries, which said things like a person or an organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage.
Oh, I didn't know what predator meant. I'd never been on the internet before. Oh, I didn't know that.
Dude, that's like a 3rd grade level word that you freaking learn. Oh, come on, man. What is up with our education system? I feel like I learned that word in like the 2nd or 3rd grade, although probably talking about like aminals and stuff.
People would take it that way. Lying motherfucker.
Right?
Holy shit. Are we going to get one truthful statement? I'm getting pissed off. Are we getting legal mindset just hearing Mugen say that?
It's true, looking for alternate definitions to like defend himself. He's like, no, see, because it could mean this too. And it's like, bitch, we know what the word means in the context that you're trying to use it. It doesn't mean that it was right for you to use that fucking word.
I can't wait to watch that video. Is this guy going to tell one truth this entire video?
Or one who injures
probably not, Techie,
for personal gain or profit. Due to this, I had to come to the conclusion that, yeah, this word fits. I'd find out quickly afterwards, though, that for many people...
Oh my god, can I please get this ugly motherfucker off my screen?
...describe pedophiles or sexual predators.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, guys.
Oh my fucking god. Dude, why? How could you not have known such a thing? It's not that difficult. Jeez, this is like freaking high school levels of critical thinking, man. It's not that difficult. It does make the whole streaming and content creator, it makes a lot of us, like, a lot of them look bad as fuck. Damn, yeah. I think this might be my first time hearing about this dude, because this whole drama, I think maybe I had heard about that whole shit, like, with Techie and the gotcha shit, but that must have been a while back.
I can't believe predators was used synonymously with sexual predators. Oh! Mugen's first time on the internet. He sensationalized this shit 100%, and he knows it.
Which made a substantial...
See, yeah. I need to calm down. Let me calm down. I'm just... You know, this guy completely fucked my life for like 3 days. And those 3 days were grueling. Because so many people said, well, Mugen said it, so I believed it. I want to let you know, Mugen also said that I would shortly and quickly be in prison. So I had so many people cut me.
What the fuck is wrong with that dude? Jesus Christ. My God. I don't know why my voice cracked there, yo.
Me off in 3 days because it was Mugen saying it. And all of that shit was out of context fucking lies that he got from a Mizkif document. He did no research into the actual truth of my situation at all. So needless to say, yeah, I'm a little bit pissed. F all those people, and I don't miss them. But my God, that shit pissed me off.
Amount of people.
It like because I mean oh, bye. Thanks for stopping by, Pedro. Because that shit is fucked up. Like, okay. Totally lost my what was I saying? That he was saying some shit about Techie. It'll come back to me. Sorry.
Misled after watching the intro of my video. It made it seem like a hit piece, exaggerating things, and it also
because it was
made it.
It fucking was though. This guy trying to act like it wasn't. It fucking was.
It seemed like Sykkuno had committed very serious crimes, enough to land him in a high security prison or something, when that clearly wasn't the case. That was not my intention at all.
Then why the fuck did you say the word? Why the hell did you call him that shit, man? What the hell? Oh my God. Sorry, it's kind of, oh my God, this fucking, I hate people who act like they're stupid when they're not. Oh, it pisses me off.
Yeah, his intention was to make the video as tasty and appetizing as possible to reap and profit. And everybody knows that.
Num 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 num.
And if Mugen had any balls at all, he would donate $100,000 to male victims of false allegations. This is ridiculous. And he just gets to say he's sorry, while Sykkuno is going to get the label of the predator for the rest of his life. Because it's the VTuber community. And they're going to run with that forever. No one's going to touch Sykkuno with a 10-foot pole for the rest of his life because of Mugen. And I want to make this very clear. Sykkuno does not have the mental to bounce back from false allegations like I did. No one has a mental like me. Sykkuno is not like that. You might have actually fucked his life forever, where it was just business between him and his girlfriend.
Like, it's true because, like, okay, for example, a big one that's out there is with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard shit. The minute she started accusing him of all that shit, he lost like a bunch of movie deals, a bunch of sponsorship deals. I think the only sponsorship deal he didn't lose was the one with Dior because they decided to stand by him. But like they recasted him in the freaking Harry Potter movies. And it's very possible, very likely that now for Sykkuno, because of the shit that this dude said, it's going to be difficult for him to get things like collabs, sponsorships too. He's definitely going to be treated differently because even though he can go and say like, no, that's not true, blah, 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 that shit is already out there like in the ether. And it's basically like, even though it's not a true label, it gets slapped on him, and that is going to take precedence over the fact that he was like a cheater and a player, like, you know. So people, instead of somebody being like, oh, I don't want to like associate with the cheater, they're going to be like, oh, I don't want to associate with the predator or whatever. Like, it's very different. And Techie's right, it probably definitely ruined his life. It's going to make all his career stuff like way harder to like do. I mean, we see, like I said, we saw it happen with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I'm sure there's other male celebrities that have been falsely accused, or males in general, where that has happened. Yeah, and the thing that's the most fucked up is that a lot of these little smaller content creators are the ones that reached out towards him, and, you know, he was like, not that I'm condoning cheating, but he was like, I guess, like, fuck it, like, you know. And now because they feel some type of way because they were not the special person that they thought they were, now they're trying to fucking completely not just like ruin or mess up his life, but like completely tear his life down. Like, you know, it's fucked up.
That's it. I didn't give a fuck when XQC cheated, when Will Neff cheated. I don't give a fuck if Sykkuno cheated. That's him and the girl's business, nobody else's.
See,
I'm sorry for that. From now on, I'll only use that word to refer to pedophiles or sexual predators. That's it, no exceptions. I'd also like to say that yes, the video was rushed. It simply didn't meet the quality standard that you...
Keep in mind, Mugen, you called me a rapist when I have no criminal record at all. None. Where the police investigated me, found no wrongdoing, and dropped the case. And you encouraged your audience to call me a rapist.
You expect of me, and that's without even mentioning that it was clearly biased.
So now are we just ignoring what police say? Gosh, this guy.
And didn't attempt to see...
Yeah, it is terrible.
And I'm still hearing shit about that until today. I still see shit about that until today. You talk about how much you don't like Hassan and you act just like him.
2 points. There's a reason I don't typically reach out to people involved.
Fucking hypocrite.
in public incidents because it's very easy to form bias after you communicate directly with them. It's just human. So yeah.
Yeah, so, but you're okay with people reaching out directly to you with clear intentions in mind? Mugen, it just sounds like you're an unreliable narrator.
What Mal said at the end of her call with Sykkuno was off-putting, and it wouldn't have hurt for me to point that out. I get that. I was instead more focused on Sykkuno's admittance of guilt. I'm sorry for letting you guys down in that regard. You trust me with a certain...
Okay, but admittance of guilt of cheating is not the same as admittance of guilt of, like, graping people, man. What the fuck? It is not the same thing. What... Why can't people, like, it's either one thing, he too dumb to, like, understand that, or he did it with malicious intent, which I'm pretty sure it was with malicious intent.
Quality standard, and I just couldn't deliver it this time, and that's on me.
It's not just this video. This is the only video you've been called out for. You were also wrong about the pirate software video. You were also wrong about the Genshin VA video, just to name a few.
What the fuck happened with the pirate software video? Jeez, is this guy just dipping his hands in all the just doo-doo pies? Shit.
Right? This is a very common thing. You just only now suffered repercussions because now people are finally standing up for men who are the victims of false allegations, and it's ridiculous.
I want to apologize to Sykkuno's girlfriend. In the 17-minute video of the voice recording, there was one frame, which represents 1/60th of a second that wasn't blurred. And it leaked to the group chat she was in when she found out that Sykkuno had been cheating on her with multiple people. This frame was enough for certain individuals to confirm her username, and it impeded on her privacy.
There it is.
I was not the one who handled blurring it, but I still included the entire thing in my own video and completely missed that detail.
Skillet, why the fuck didn't you, like, review your shit? I get that you have an editor or whatever, but, like, why the fuck didn't you review if they missed it? Nah, man, nah, I feel like it was... It's like kind of thinking like it was intentional.
So you don't take accountability for what's in your own video. I'm sorry, you posted it. You barely post. It's not like me. I post 5 videos a day, and I'll still take accountability for anything that's in my video. You post 1 video every week. The fuck is you talking about? God, this shit is so disingenuous. It's insane.
So I take full responsibility for that. I'm sorry. Now look, with all that being said, apologies are great, but there's no use presenting them if there's no attempt to act on them. And that's exactly what I intend to do. But first, I want to go through some misinfo that was spread about me in recent days and set the record straight.
Okay, now I want to be fair. Vibe resetting. If misinformation was spread on Mugen, I want to correct that too. Just because I don't like someone doesn't mean I want misinformation spread on them. And I keep this very correct with all the people. I believe that if someone is bad, their actions alone should show it. You shouldn't have to make things up. So, if there's misinformation, let's correct it together.
When the video first released, XQC reacted to it almost immediately and would spend his time defending Sykkuno while trying to undermine the things he's done to people. He would also comment on my video. In that comment, he'd make it seem like my problem with Sykkuno's behavior had to do with the lack of clout of the women he reached out to. In any case, what would happen next is a narrative that would form saying that I deleted his comment because I couldn't handle his unparalleled wisdom.
I want to make this very clear. That is a narrative that you pushed. You did say the power dynamic was incredibly toxic because Sykkuno had more viewers. You said that multiple times. So that's not misinformation. Let's keep going here.
As you can see, that's false. It's still right here, along with all the wonderful comments left by his community too. I really don't know why he and some other content creators tried so hard to defend Sykkuno's behavior, as if he was their long-lost brother or something.
Oh my god, dude, because cheating is not the same as fucking assaulting somebody, you stupid dumb bitch. Why is that hard for you to understand? Nobody's defending the cheating. People are defending the fucking false accusations that it was like forced upon these people. God damn, fucking critical thinking, there is none.
Nobody defended the cheating at all. We were defending him because he was being called a predator.
Yeah.
How do you not get that? There is no way that you are this much of an unreliable narrator.
Fucking pinche pendejo, these fucking pendejadas.
To where a week later, you still don't get it. Also, I would like to just let you guys know, if Mugen hid XQC's comment and then unhid it for this video, it would reappear. So, letting you know, that is a possibility. There is a thing you can do where you can hide a user from channel and then unhide them and their comments will come back. So, no, nobody was saying, Saikuno can cheat, and that's based. Okay, besides XUC. XUC didn't say that. I did not say that. I said, Saikuno, you cheated, and that's
Oh, damn.
but you can learn and grow from that.
For real?
However, he is not a and we are tired of people exaggerating the bad that was already done. So that is why we defended him, because we as men do not want to support men losing their livelihoods due to false allegations. Also, 21,000 dislikes, that's rough. That's real rough. That's real rough, buddy. That's real rough.
All I know is that cheating has been shunned by humanity for thousands of years, regardless of gender. Maybe,
but it's not illegal.
Maybe normalizing it now is probably a bad.
We're not normalizing cheating. We're
It's not the same thing. Oh my god, the cheating is not the same thing as fucking accusing somebody of assault. Also, Techie, what are you drinking? Is that a protein shake? Because it looks good.
trying to normalize not spreading false allegations.
Bad idea, but hey, you're free to form your own opinion. Go for it. Next, some people try.
Also, fun fact, and I do just want to say this, cheating happens in 70% of relationships that aren't married. Is that not a disgusting statistic?
To claim that I changed my video's title because I was scared of a defamation
Being a womanizer is not the same as being predatory. That's all we were clarifying. It's really that easy.
lawsuit from Saikuno. Sure, a random lawyer from Fiverr might claim that. But
also, cheating has not been shunned for thousands of years. Hold the fuck up. More similar, but well, so I guess no, that's
right. He is. I don't think cheating has been like normalized or universally vilified for thousands of years. All right, he's gonna go into it.
kind of fair to say. That's fair to say, depending on the culture. Some cultures, yes. Some cultures, no. I don't want to go in too much.
But it's false. Here's a neat trick.
Hey, some cultures let you have like multiple wives, or religions. It's whatever.
You can go to a website like viewstats.com, go to any channel, we'll pick, I don't know, Mr. Beast, click on a video, and you'll actually be able to see any thumbnail or title changes since upload. Pretty cool, right? Now, if you were to do that with my video, you'd see that there were no thumbnail or title changes whatsoever since upload. So that's false. And look, defamation is about knowingly lying about someone in order to ruin their reputation.
Sure.
That's what you did, though. Oh my fucking god. No, yeah, that's true. It's not the fact that the cheating is the problem. The fact that they're trying to make being or treating infidelity the same as being a sexual predator. Those are not the same thing. Those are way two different things, man. Like, oh my gosh. And yes, I do think he did this to defame this guy. I don't know why. I don't know what his like reasoning for it is. I don't know if Saikuno personally slighted him, or if he's just trying to white knight, or he's just trying to do the classic step on people so I can like try to gain clout shit.
No intention.
Sure. You have to prove malicious intent. That's absolutely fair.
Lying in my video about Saikuno. And if I did,
you yourself just admitted earlier in this video that you sensationalized it and you used the word predator, even though you knew it didn't sync up. So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
To lie, then wouldn't I have just simply removed the last 2 minutes of Malin Saikuno's voice call so that she looks way better and he looks way worse? It just doesn't make sense. I never make any video with the intention of lying. Period. And finally,
yeah, but you literally lied on my name and you lied on.
You literally just lied by saying he literally just lied when he admitted that he said predator in order to sensationalize the video or whatever.
On Powder's name, and you lied on many people's names, including Pirate Software. I don't even like the guy.
What the heck did he say to Powder? I gotta watch that video. I already said that, but
I mean, just because you're stupid doesn't mean like, okay, sure, maybe you didn't lie, maybe you didn't do these things, but it's probably just because you're dumb. You're an unreliable narrator. What do you want me to say?
When it comes to misinfo, there's also something else that honestly doesn't deserve attention at all, but I'll still mention it. And it's this weird rumor or fan fiction that some people made up saying that I only made this video to try and get with the women that were affected by Saikuno's actions.
That was clearly just a joke, and the fact that you're shaken up by that speaks a lot.
Anyone who knows me or has ever spoken with me in the content creation sphere knows that I never even attempt to flirt. I keep things strictly professional. I take my platform very seriously and would never seek to use it in that way. It's simply not who I am. It's obviously also very disrespectful.
This was a joke, dude.
I'm such a good guy. I don't hit on women. I don't want to hit on women, and women don't hit on me. No. I just want to do professional things. I don't want to hit on women. That's not who I am, guys. I'm not just white knighting for women that don't know me because of whatever stupid dumb reason.
Bro is this pressed over a joke is insane.
To anyone who was hurt by
Imagine if he's this hurt by a joke, how Saikuno must be feeling that he was falsely labeled. I want you to really Mugen is this upset over a joke. The same guy who falsely labeled another man as a rapist.
Saikuno's actions, but it's not like the people peddling these rumors cared about them to begin with.
And he's so autistic, he doesn't get that it was a clear joke. This is insane.
All right, so next...
The level, like, that was, like, dystopian to me. Like, either one, he's retarded, or two, he just needed to take a quick chance of virtue signal. That was pathetic. I mean, yeah, that explains why he spazzed the fuck out on Twitter. Holy crap.
He probably was just trying to virtue signal because it's like they're trying to put these like crazy ass purity tests on themselves as well as other people. It's fucking insane, man.
Up, we have the joint statement that was posted by Saikuno and his girlfriend.
People were saying that I was doing this to get with VTubers. Guys, everybody who knows me personally knows I get 0 bitches, okay? So I just want to set the record straight. I've never had sex in my life. Okay? Sick flex. Now I get why you're French.
The first half would be written by Saikuno. In it, he'd reiterate that
the dude's French? Ooh. Damn.
Lied to people about being single and that he has been unfaithful to his girlfriend. He'd apologize and say that he'd be taking a break from streaming in order to better himself. He'd also call out anyone trying to frame him with false accusations. So yeah, as you can see, not much has changed. He's already admitted to these things in the voice call with Matt.
Yep.
When it comes to false accusations, though, yes, there are stories
right.
that have circulated for years among some VTubers that accuse Saikuno of doing worse than cheating. At this point, though, it is not up to me to say whether it's true or not. Just
here's an idea, Mugen. If a woman's first instinct is to tell you about the horrible things and not the police, they're full of shit. Because you can get away with this by gossiping. You can get away with this by going to civil court. You can get away with this by doing rumors. But when it comes to require evidence and proof, well, I don't think I should. Or the police pick up on it and they say, this is bullshit, and then drop it.
There's gotta be some reason for it to why he like jumped on this besides, I mean, probably the money. But I would say, like I said, I don't know if Saikuno did something to him personally, but maybe he's just one of those fucking people who likes to take down bigger creators, like because they get like some sixth sense of satisfaction from doing that shit.
So, if the police haven't done anything,
yeah,
that should probably tell you a lot.
Pointing out what he might be referring to. He could also be referring.
It's like they're trying to seem like they're morally righteous when the reality is they're morally ambiguous when it comes to like money and stuff. As long as they get the money they want, then they're like low key morally ambiguous. Although they want it to seem like they're morally righteous, like in the public eye. And those are the types of people that I personally think are hella sus, because it's like, why you gotta put on an act to make it seem like you're such a good person? Because if you were a good person, you would just be a good person, you know? You would just do good things. No, yeah. And the fact that, you know, he's clearly been profiting and profited off of this shit, it's like I said, it's like that double standard, like hypocrisy thing. He's clearly, I mean, because if he has no issues not fact-checking shit and throwing this out there and admitting that he put all this shit, and, you know, knowing that he's probably going to get a lot of clicks and views for money, it just shows a moral ambiguity, but like on the bad side, even though he's trying to act like, I'm trying to do a good thing. You know what I mean? Why you got to put up that front, like, so that people, it's very like, look at this. Don't look at this.
To the word predator, which I already apologized for. Now, the second.
I already said sorry. I already said sorry after I posted a video with 2.3 million views calling you a waste. What else more do you want? What else more do you want? I already said sorry. So you shouldn't be mad because one sorry dispels the millions upon millions upon millions of people that now call you a rapist predator. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't realize how that worked. Oh, okay, great. Wow, amazing. Man. This guy must love false accusing women who like the dude ruined Rich Campbell's life for 3 years, and then all she did was say, "Oh, sorry. Anyway, business as usual." Good Lord, bro. This guy is such a TikTok feminist. It's insane.
Yep, like I said, it screams of like weird, nefarious intent, moral ambiguity, while trying to not seem like that's the case. And it's true, like, okay, not that the apology is bad, but it's like it's not gonna take back or undo the damage that was done.
Half of this statement would be written by his girlfriend. She'd express how hard this has all been on her, and how hurt she felt over not having a choice on whether this went public or not, saying that she understands that many people were hurt, but that her feelings felt like they weren't really considered at all. She'd call out people who sought to use this incident for profit, and would say that even prior to this going public, she was already trying to work through things with Sykkuno in order to repair their relationship together. She'd end her statement by saying that even with everything that has come out, she doesn't consider Sykkuno's actions irredeemable. She's going to stay with him and try to fix their relationship in spite of everything.
I wonder if Mugen has the ability to understand that people have the ability to lie and people have the ability to believe lies. So the only thing that any unbiased, truly based source should believe is proven evidence and nothing else. Otherwise, you're going to lose your mind.
Listen, I can't imagine what she's been through in just these last few weeks.
Bitch, because you don't give a fuck. You probably didn't care. You didn't consider that shit. You just wanted to fucking get a fucking bag, man. He's like over here trying to white knight for these other chicks while not even considering the main person who's getting like who actually got hurt, which was the girlfriend in this whole thing. It's like, why do you care about these ones over this one? Probably because those ones are your friends or whatever the fuck. Like, jeez.
Caused by you, by the way. Caused by you. By the way, Mugen, I have reacted to your 8-minute video for 30 minutes so far. You better not copyright strike my channel.
Finding out that your boyfriend has been cheating on you for years, that he slept with someone as recently as December 2025 behind your back, and that he was still trying to arrange a meetup with someone else as you were already trying to fix your relationship after what had happened in December. I mean, seriously, it's just insane.
Why is Mugen still going after this girlfriend that he says he cares about and is now trying to scrutinize her decision that she chose for her own life, even though he just said, "I just want to make sure the girlfriend's okay." And
bullshit. He, like I said, he don't care about the girlfriend. He just cares about getting money and that his friends are hurt or whatever. And like, I don't know what the fuck is up with this guy, but like I think I mentioned last time I reacted to that when this shit first exploded. It's like a common thing that I've seen with women who are like the other woman or whatever. Yeah, they are typically, instead of getting mad at the dude and being like blah 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 or just cutting ties, they attack the freaking partner who's like honestly the innocent party and all this because they're just like, what the fuck? And it's fucked up that this dude is like mocking her for making the choice to stay with Sykkuno. It's like, you can disagree with it, but that's not your choice, you know what I mean? And that doesn't mean you have to like put her on blast for making the choice that she thought was the best for her, at least at this time.
now he's shitting on her for her decision.
Yeah.
Are we crazy?
Apparently
this
so.
Might be the worst apology I've ever seen in my entire life. This is insane. Holy fucking unreliable narrator. Like pouring salt on the wound, lemon juice in the scars. This is insane.
But I do think this needs to be said. The fact that this went public is unfortunate, but people were genuinely hurt.
You made it public!
Yeah, the fact that this went public, it's unfortunate. Bitch, you're the one who fucking did it. You're the one who blew the goddamn whistle, and it seems like at the beginning you fucking colluded with what's-her-face to fucking do it, because you're like, you know what, it'd be fucking badass if we fucking, like, took down Sykkuno so we could get some fucking money off of it, because fuck that dude. How dare he, like, help you to be a cheaty person, whatever. Fucking dumbass fucking idiot.
Yeah, what do you mean it's unfortunate? You made it public! That document would have been seen by maybe like a couple of thousand people on Twitter, and nobody cares. You pushed that shit to 2.5 million people.
Yep.
On just YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like career ending. A Google Doc on Twitter's not gonna do shit. A 2.5 million YouTube video is gonna do something. This is crazy.
Hurt by Sykkuno lying to them that he was single, maybe it's an unpopular opinion at this point. Let me know if you think it is, but if someone lied to me about being single, and I later found out that us having...
Oh my God. Are you going to imply again that it's rape? Oh my God. There is no way Mugen is about to double down on the rape. I'm going to rewind this just so we can hear it.
Sweet Lord.
I think it is, but if someone lied to me about being single, and I later found out that us having sex directly hurt their partner, made them depressed, and ruined or at least endangered a 5-year-long relationship, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. That's simply not what I would have signed up for.
Fucking weak. Bitch, this shit happens like all the time, man. This shit happens all the fucking time. I'm not justifying it by any means, of course not. But this shit happens all the time. If you work on an office space or any place where there's coworkers, you hear about that shit all the time. Somebody's always cheating or fucking somebody behind somebody's back or whatever. It's so commonplace. And the fact that this dude's like, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. It's like, okay, I get that it would be difficult to like come to terms with that, but it's like, yeah, like what Max said, freaking go to therapy or whatever so you can like deal with it. Like, the thing cannot be undone. You just have to learn how to like cope with it and move on if that were the case like with you. But that's like I said, and like how Teggy said, it's not the same as getting fucking as graping somebody. What the hell?
And seeing that he's a public figure who used this public standing to get with these women after lying to them, it felt like this going...
I wouldn't hate myself with the precipice. Like, yeah, it's true. You can't unsuck, right? You can't unsuck the dick or uncream that pie. No, yeah, because it'd be like on that person.
Public was going to be inevitable, but that doesn't...
You're still poising this as rape. You were trying to phrase this as the consent should be null and voided.
Wait,
sex directly hurt their partner, made them depressed, and ruined or at least endangered a 5-year-long relationship. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. That's simply not what I would have signed up for. And seeing that he's a public figure who used his public standing to get with these women after lying to them, it felt like this going public was going to be inevitable. But that doesn't...
Yeah, true.
Still poising this?
Just because they didn't know that he was in, okay, quote unquote, didn't know that he was in a relationship and they were lied to sleep with him, it doesn't, you can't like retroactively retract consent after you already did the thing. You know what I mean? If at the time you whatever and you were like down with it, that's one thing. You know, but after, if you regret it, regret is not the same as not consenting. No, yeah, it's true. It wouldn't be your fault if you didn't know in that circumstance. Yeah, like it wouldn't be their fault. Like you'd probably feel upset about it, of course. I mean, that's normal if you thought like you were like being sweet talked or whatever the fuck. But it's like regretting making a bad choice in your life, like especially like sleeping with somebody after it's done. It's not the same as being forced to do it against your will. Those are not the same thing. No, yeah, it's true. Otherwise, nearly everyone with an ex would be in jail. Yeah, because, I mean, right? Yeah, because we've all had exes and where we've all been like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have, like, been with that person. And I guess I kind of regret, you know, a lot of that stuff. But it's true. Then we'd all be fucking accused of being all that shit. And that's, like, I mean, that's not how reality fucking works, man. Just because, like, I'm not, okay, just because under, like, false pretenses did you... quote unquote, mind you, did you sleep with this person, it doesn't mean that you didn't want to sleep with this person, you know? Like, just because you didn't know that they had a girlfriend or whatever the fuck, it doesn't mean that you still didn't want that D. And I'll be honest, there are a lot of people out there that don't give a fuck if you have a girlfriend or a wife or a husband or a boyfriend, and they will, and even after the fact, if they find out, they'll still do it anyway. Or even if before the fact they find out, they'll still do it anyway because they don't give a fuck. They just care about getting their dick wet or whatever. So like this whole narrative of because they didn't know, it's like the consent is like null. Like what the fuck kind of like mental gymnastics is this, man? It doesn't make any logical sense.
This as rape. You were trying to phrase this as the consent should be null and voided. What? This is not even an apology.
Yeah.
You're still poisoning this as sex that is malicious, that is criminal. This is insane. Brother, it's their business. Let them handle it.
It's fucked up too because this type of fucking mental gymnastics bullshit takes like awareness and seriousness and severity away from real victims of like assault. Like, and when it really does happen, like the consequences of that on the victim are like life, like for life. You're forever like changed by that type of thing in a very serious irrevocable way, right? And just the fact that they're over here trying to say that because blah blah blah, like it's not the same thing, and it's like just like weirdly like they made themselves a personality of like being a victim, or they want to be a victim because they're probably trying to, I'll be honest, it's like they're trying to extort money from this bigger creator or whatever, whether it's through the clicks and views or like literally trying to like strong arm with like a lawyer or some shit. Because it's true, like what Techie said, if it was like a for real thing, why the fuck didn't they go to the police first? Because I mean, I understand that in some cases victims don't go because they feel like they're not gonna be taken seriously, but it's like I feel like this type of stuff like exacerbates that issue with people who are actually victims of this, where it makes them be like, oh, they're not going to take me seriously because blah.
Can you not I mean, good God, I had to leave a dislike. Jesus Christ, he tripled down on this.
10 toes down.
Good God.
Doesn't mean that her feelings are not valid, because they are. When it comes to me, I did
it does
in spreading this to the public by releasing my video so quickly. And
just a little
bit.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like they're trying to, it is kind of like trying to diabolize other creators. It's like throwing the big fucking hunk of meat in the water for all the fucking piranhas to go after. Everyone wants a piece because they'd rather see somebody who maybe did a mistake and did something bad and hurt their friend. They would rather see them get 100% completely torn down just if they can profit off of it, because they don't care about that person's life or their feelings, and they definitely don't care about the real victim's life or feelings, which is the girlfriend or whatever. Because like I said, just trying to clown on her for making her choice or whatever. It's like, it don't matter. Like, and the thing that's fucked up too, because like I've been in a similar situation, like with like this like Sekunu's girlfriend in my when I was with my ex. There was a time where I did find out that he had cheated on me, and after thinking about it, after a bit, I decided to like forgive him, and we continued on with the relationship for quite some time until it happened again, at least to my knowledge. But like that was my choice, and if people were to be mad, and actually I did find out that people who were in my friend circle at the time were clowning on me and saying that I was stupid and I didn't know how to make an adult decision, I shouldn't have forgiven him. It fucking pissed me off, because I was like, look, I understand that you guys probably wouldn't have made the decision, but that doesn't mean that it's not my right as like an autonomous human adult to make this decision on my own, whether or not it's a right one. That's my choice, and I have the right to make it, like, even if it's wrong, and then to learn whatever lesson comes from it. I mean, obviously that relationship did not work out because, you know, my ex did end up cheating on me again. Because it wasn't the relationship too. And then, of course, you know, because of the other extra cheating, you know, that relationship eventually ended. But it's very like, as a person who's like experienced that, like I don't know what what the girlfriend is feeling, but like from my perspective, from my experience, it actually is very infuriating to know that people are like basically shitting on you for making a decision that they deem to be incorrect. And then when it's not their relationship and it's not their choice to do so, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not a fucking baby. I can make my own decisions, even if it's something wrong. Like, and it's not like, and somebody could be like, oh, but it's like a bad decision because like it could lead to you getting hurt again. But it's like, yes, but it's still my choice. Like,
just a little bit.
Simply had no right to do so. And for that, I am sorry.
This guy is saying that everybody who got cheated on should kill themselves, by the way.
What
I'm
the
going to
fuck?
rewind this and let you hear this.
Lying to them, it felt like this going public was going to be in lying to them that he was single. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion at this point. Let me know if you think it is. But if someone lied to me about being single, and I later found out that us having sex directly hurt their partner, made them depressed, and ruined or at least endangered a 5-year-long relationship,
Using the word endangered is also sensationalizing shit once again.
I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
Este vato.
Depressed and ruined or at least endangered a 5-year-long relationship, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Wouldn't be able to live with myself.
Mugen is implying that the women who got cheated on are going to kill themselves. This is the worst apology I have ever seen in my life. Holy fucking unreliable narrator.
Not valid.
Might I add that maybe this is topical, or maybe it might come out with this thing with this fucking Mugen dude. The people, the very same people, like in my personal, like when that shit was happening to me, the people who were making fun of my decision to like, or like not agreeing or clowning on my decision to stay with my ex at the time, were actually the people who were indirectly, if not directly, introducing him to other women within their friend circle that I was not a part of, so that he could cheat. They were like enabling it at the same time. So I wouldn't be surprised if this dude was like encouraging or enabling these people to cheat with this Saikuno dude, because he was like, hey, if we find out or whatever, there's like profit either way. No, yeah, it is disgusting. No, it's true, because like half of the time, like I said, no, not half of the time, most of the time, because when shit started, like when that, like I said, in my case, when that relationship started to unravel, that's when I had started finding out, oh, because there was a little point where I was like trying to like get a little bit of answers, from like, who is this person? And it turns out, oh, they're a friend of this person that we both hang out with on the daily. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? But then if, they're the ones who are like, oh, how do you stay with him? Because whatever reason. And then later on, it came out that they were not only like introducing or making it like, or enabling this type of shit, they were like actively like, how do I say it? Meddling behind the scenes in a way that I would say directly led to more cheating and the relationship further deteriorating. And like I said, those are people who did not agree with my decision to stay with my ex in the first place. So it almost seemed like, from my perspective, it seems like they had wanted us to break up because maybe whatever the hell their personal agenda was, they wanted for the relationship to end so that somebody else that they liked could be more like in the friend circle or whatever. So in regards to this, I would not be surprised, because I'm pretty sure this Mugen might, at least on the surface level, know the parties involved, that these people that, or at least he is either like, how do I say it? Either he is like, not that encouraging them, but definitely like, it's not like as cut and dry as he's trying to make it seem. Because if this dude was going after like lower, or well, quote unquote, going after smaller content creators, how do we know? Because like, we don't know like the full, we don't know the full extent of all the DMs that happened between everybody. So I would definitely find it possible that this dude is friends with these chicks, because he probably was. Let's be honest, he probably is. And they're like, oh, so and so messaged me, or I feel like messaging so and so, and he's like, oh, sure, whatever. Then it finds out that he has a girl, that Saikuno has a girlfriend, and then like, because from this Mugen dude's perspective, either way he profits. You know what I mean? Like, either they can like ride the clout of fame up to, on a friendly way, or they can ride the clout of fame like down, in a sense where they can try to take this guy down like shark, like piranhas in the water, so that they could like benefit from it. But for all we know, how do we know this dude doesn't know like every single person, and they're all like colluding with each other to like calculate this like downfall of this dude? I mean, I know that's like hella like paranoid and crazy thinking, but you would be surprised to know how many people that are in your circle definitely want to see you fail and fuck up, and they like revel in that shit behind the scenes, man. It's fucked up.
Because they are. When it comes to me, I did have a hand in spreading this to the public by releasing my video so quickly.
Yeah.
Not only did you have a hand in it, you post the most damage out of everybody. You caused the most damage. Stop saying, oh, I had a little bit of hand. Brother, you caused 99% of the damage.
I simply had no right.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Tiki, that's a stretch. I hate the guy.
No, yeah, it's true. Dude, yeah, this dude's the one who fucking put the finger on the button, so to speak. No, yeah, it's true.
That's a hell of a stretch. This guy's saying that if I found out that I endangered a 5-year-long relationship, that I wouldn't be able to live with myself. What the fuck do you think I don't want to be able to, I can't live with myself means? That you cannot live. Feeling unable to live with yourself is a common experience amongst people with passive suicidal ideation.
Damn.
It doesn't automatically mean that you're suicidal, but it also reflects intense emotional pain, helplessness, or desire to escape suffering rather than a specific plan to end your life. It's a pretty insane thing to say.
Yeah.
To do so. And for that, I am sorry. Now, I've seen some people's reactions to this announcement, and yeah, as you might expect, it's not sunshine and roses. This whole topic has been extremely polarizing on the internet to begin with, and the
Sure. Maybe let's be more fair. Maybe he was just saying that the women are suicidal rather than going to kill themselves. We'll be fair.
Okay, fair.
Okay. Mugen just said all the women are now suicidal. Okay, great.
Fun in particular is getting hate thrown her way with people calling her things like gold digger or Stockholm syndrome victim for not leaving him. Here's the thing though. What matters here is that Sykkuno stops his serial cheating streak and that he stops lying to women about him being single while turning them into...
So it doesn't matter that people are saying some mean shit about the girlfriend? What the fuck?
homewreckers against their will.
Against their will? What? Jesus Christ.
How the fuck are they being turned into homewreckers against their will? It's not against their will. They consented to the dick. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Whether or not they knew about the girlfriend, I guess, but clearly they're not even homewreckers because the girlfriend decided to stay with him anyway, so they're just thirsty hoes.
Here's a better idea. Why don't you just stay the fuck out of their relationship and let them handle their business?
Exactly.
Why do you care so much about this?
That's it. If she wants to stay, that's her choice. She doesn't deserve to get nasty things said about her, though.
Brother.
Bitch, you're the one saying the nasty things, too.
You just said nasty things about her, like, 2 minutes ago, second-guessing every decision that she made for staying with him.
Damn.
You just did that. Is this guy schizophrenic? Or did he not watch his own video?
I wish her the best, and I again would like to apologize if I directly contributed to any harm that she might have gone through.
Bitch, you did, though. Oh my god. That's like pushing the button on the bomb and then being like, oh, I'm sorry if the shit exploded in your face. My B.
Bro. Listen to what he said.
She doesn't deserve to get nasty things said about her.
Which he did himself.
Yeah.
I wish her the best, and I again would like to apologize if I directly contributed to any harm that she might have gone through.
He said, I want to say it one more time. Listen to what he says. He says, I'd like to apologize if...
Get nasty things said about her, though. I wish her the best, and I again would like to apologize if I directly contributed to any harm that she might have gone through.
Bro said, if I did this, I'd like to apologize.
But he did.
You did the whole fucking thing! That is psychotic. This is like sociopathic levels of not taking accountability.
That is so... What the... It is so like not... It's so like trying to pass the buck, although I don't know the who, that it's like ridiculous.
That's crazy. If I cause any issues, I apologize. The fuck do you mean if?
That was not my intention. Look, ultimately, my favorite YouTuber growing up was PewDiePie.
Bitch, who the fuck cares? Motherfucker, nobody cares about this shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Sippy Chivato, what the hell's wrong with him?
Okay. All right. I like Stranger Things.
Right? Yeah,
Okay.
and
That's great, man.
I like Spider-Man. I don't understand what that has to do with anything, but okay.
Okay, let's talk about Pewds. All right. Look, I'm relatable.
Yeah, I enjoyed his sense of humor. The fact that for the longest time, he was the sole runner of his channel, which gave him so much authenticity. But most of all, what I really liked about him was that he was not ashamed of being human. He would make mistakes, but when he would, he'd also sincerely apologize and work to learn from them.
Brother, you said if I caused any issues, and then you said the girlfriend was retarded for staying with Sekuno. What are you on about?
Oh my God.
Is like one of the worst apologies I've ever seen.
It's no secret that today.
And by the way, PewDiePie should have never apologized for saying the N-word on PUBG Bridge. That shit was hilarious. Who cares?
And creator, if you were to make a mistake,
Oh, yeah, I see that. I see that. He's trying to be like, I'm like PewDiePie. No, because I think PewDiePie is married and has a kid. I think this dude seems like he's like hella lonely.
it would be so much easier to wait for it to die down in a week and then continue business as usual, as if nothing had happened. I was even advised by some to do exactly that and not release this video. And I understand why. It unfortunately...
That's crazy how you had to cooperate with other creators on how to just like, take accountability for your own fuck up.
Right?
That's how detached from reality you are. You needed advice on what to do.
Fucking touch some grass, bruh.
How about just say you're sorry because you know you fucked up? Now knowing that you didn't know what to do until you got advised by other people even shows even more you're never beating the unreliable narrator, sociopathic allegations.
Works. But to me, it's simply the right thing to do, even if it leads to more scrutiny.
If it was the right thing to do, then why don't you keep the video up until you post this video, immediately unlist it, and then publish this? If you knew it was bad, why didn't you delete it immediately?
Yep.
It's very curious, huh? This video doesn't come out of thin air. Why did you unlist it and then immediately post this if you knew it was wrong? Very interesting.
Scrutiny and people disliking me. I screwed up. I'm going to say sorry, and I will improve. So
He's going to apologize to Powder, right?
what am I going to change exactly? Well,
I gotta watch that video
there's
next.
Another exception to a scoop or exclusive info. I will do what I've always done on this channel and talk about things that have already played out in public. I don't care if a 5-star general gives me info about World War III starting tomorrow. I will make the video after the nukes drop. I also realize now just how much you guys value my objectivity. I understand that I'm not perfect at it, and I probably never will be, but I'll always strive to present information to you in the most balanced way possible so that you...
Gaga. Gaga. This guy just says gaga things. Gaga lies.
Bro. I wish somebody who was actually a part of OnlyFans would watch Mugen's video on pirate software and just show how many things he got wrong over and over and over again. I'm going to get an apology, right? Mugen, are you going to make a manifesto on powder fucking black guys, or are we both going to get apologies here?
Oh my God.
I'm still waiting for me and Powder's apology.
You can, in the end, form your own opinion.
Which, by the way, I would like to say, if Mugen ever apologized to me, I would immediately accept it. I would. I absolutely would. Life is too short to have enemies. It is. But an apology is needed.
I mean, you're a bigger person than me, Tectone. That'd be fucking petty as fuck. Not that I wouldn't accept the apology, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna, you know, be all upsetty spaghetti about it. But, you know, I'll be honest, yeah. That I can be a petty bitch sometimes.
It is. An apology is needed to me and to Powder. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And finally, no matter how much this channel grows, I'll always ask you to be honest with me, and I promise to take accountability when needed. Just
Great. Then give Powder and Tectone the apology that they need after you lied on both of their names.
like how I'm doing right now. So look, if the last video was a deal breaker...
It's true. Like, there's one thing, okay, this is just my personal view. It's one thing if you want to accept somebody's apology, whether or not you want to accept them back in your life, that's up to you. But there's got to be boundaries, man. Like, people need to think about their own mental health. And constantly having somebody in your back corner who's being a piece of shit to you is not good for that. So that's why I'm very I give you like one or maybe 2 chances to prove that you're not like full of shit, and then once you prove that you are, I'm like, nah, like I don't need to deal with this shit. I have enough shit to deal with, man.
For you, and you want to unsubscribe, then I completely understand.
Great.
But I won't let you leave without thanking you first. Take care, and may our paths cross again someday. On the
However, I will say I do support people's choices to do whatever they want to do. If they want to accept apologies or accept them people's back in their life that wronged them, that's totally on you. Like, that's your choice. I'm never going to judge nobody's choices as long as it's not something that's hurting somebody or yourself, like in a serious way.
Well, until the next time, traveler, may we find ourselves again once in this infinite void.
Who the hell is this dude in the chair?
Genshin Impact NPC?
Goddamn.
I promise you, black people don't watch you, by the way. I don't know who this is. Who's
Okay.
that? Is it a subtle shot at Powder? Is this the guy who fucked Powder?
Wow.
Stick around for future content, then I'd like to thank you so much for allowing me to make a mistake and grow from it. I say this all the time when I stream, but not a day goes by where I take any of this for granted. And the fact that so many of you watch me.
Oh, I swear, bro. If this dude ever makes a video on Powder, that will be the end of his career.
Damn.
100%. 100%. After this guy threatened her, in his own words.
What? All right.
A smaller content creator. He threatened a smaller content creator to delete her entire existence by exposing the BBC allegations. We're gonna read that. We're gonna read that comment again before this video is over.
Whether you're driving home, chilling at work, doing chores, knitting, or just eating, I'm so honored to be able to make your day a bit less mundane with my videos. It's truly a blessing.
Fuck you, bitch.
That being said, I would love if Mugen were to make a video on me or Powder, because it would show that he learned absolutely nothing.
Thank you. I also would like to thank my Discord mods, my friends, and my viewers who reached out during this time. It meant a lot, and I really appreciate it. The Sykkuno video was live for a week, so I'll keep this video live for a week as well. However, I do plan to private the original video as soon as this video gets uploaded. I hope to be back sooner rather than later.
How about you keep it up until it gets as many views as the original video? So you're just saying that Sykkuno gets to live with the false allegations for the rest of his life, but you only have to be accountable for a week?
Right.
Are you kidding me? So Sykkuno gets to be called a pedophile rapist for the rest of his life, and you only have to take accountability for a week. Are you out of your mind?
Fucking bullshit.
And where is your apology on Twitter? And where is your apology to me and Powder? Hey, Tech.
Fucked up. Yeah, it's fucked up.
It's that random guy that gave me the meme post of cutting ties with Mugen. Hey! By the way, I posted a copy pasta of this guy on Twitter. That whole Mugen post I did, he gave it to me. It was hilarious. I DM you another Powder. Wait, I DM you another one for Powder to meme on him too. In the event she wants to join the joke on him as well.
Damn.
Oh, I would love to post that one too.
Continuing to make videos that...
Yeah, before anybody says that I was really butthurt about Mugen's like whole expose on me, that was a proven lie 17 different times. A random viewer DM'd me that, and I posted it because I thought it was funny.
You enjoy at the level of quality that you expect of me. As always, thank you so much for watching until the end, and I'll be sure to see you in the next video, whenever that is.
I don't believe this guy worth a fucking damn until he apologizes to Twitter. Are you still here? Great. Let me show you exactly what he said. So Powder said that she didn't want to be a victim in the Sykkuno situation.
Okay.
And she said that everything that happened between me and Sykkuno was consensual. And so Mugen decided to say this. And by the way, this is still up, by the way. And there was still no apology, by the way. Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely, but I had no viewers whatsoever, became desperate after trying everything to be relevant, so I chose to appeal to people who hate my gender in order to pay rent. Am I going to flip on a serial cheater who had sex with women without telling them that they'd be homewreckers? Of course not. Morals are an obstacle to my income. Mugen was never really a...
What did I say earlier? What the fuck did I say earlier? Morally ambiguous so that he can get money. While trying to act like if he's morally righteous. Some fucked up shit.
Reliable narrator, true. So when his video eventually comes out about me being canceled by my audience for secretly having dated a black guy, even though I keep saying that I can't stand minorities, please don't trust him. Also, English is my first language. I have no idea that predator can mean a person or an organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage. But it's okay. My audience gobbles up anything I say. Dumbass simps. Where is Powder's apology? Where is Tectone's apology? We will be waiting. And by the way,
wait. Did this dude say this about in response to Powder? Like, is that Mugen dude saying this shit? I probably seem stupid as fuck because I didn't quite catch that. That's his Twitter, right? Wait, so then he is admitting that he did this to get money, right? Oh, he's like responding to her thing. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Basically, he's like responding to her thing and saying like all this shit. Oh. Wait. So he's accusing her of having questionable morals? Sorry, guys, I misunderstood. So, but what? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely, but I had no viewers whatsoever, became desperate after trying everything to be relevant.
That's bullshit. Power did have viewers. What the fuck? He's trying to clown on her. Sorry, guys, I misunderstood what he said. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that video about her.
So I chose to appeal to people who hate my gender in order to pay rent. Am I going to flip on a serial cheater who had sex with women without telling them that they'd be homewreckers? Of course not. Morals are an obstacle to my income. Mugen was never really a reliable narrator. True. So when his video eventually comes out about me being canceled by my audience for secretly having dated a black guy, even though I keep saying that I can't stand minorities, please don't trust him.
What?
Also, English is my first.
He's accusing her of being racist and shit? Oh my fucking god.
That predator can mean a person or an organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage. But it's okay. My audience gobbles up anything I say. Dumbass simps. Where is Powder's apology? Where is Tectone's apology?
Sorry, y'all.
And by the way,
I thought he was admitting to being a fucking grifter. I didn't realize he was accusing Powder of being a grifter. Which I will still say that he's still being like that, you know what I mean?
he's never going to give one, and then he's going to double down, and he's going to try an expose on both of us. And by the way, it's not going to do anything. People have already popped their oath. It's not going to do anything. Nobody's going to trust a damn word you say anymore. And by the way, Mugen, I'm being so reasonable because we were friends. As much as you lie to the public and say that we were not friends, you know we were friends. And maybe this is against my better judgment. There's a reason why I don't block you. Because I am willing to forgive this if you just apologize and set the record straight and say you jumped the gun and went out on info that was not confirmed. I will completely forgive you. I will set the record straight. However, I understand your audience locked and you cannot do that. And I understand the people that you pander to would never accept the fact that you fucked up because they want me to be this criminal Nazi so bad. Mugen, why the fuck do you think I'm not in jail? You encouraged your audience to call me a rapist, and you thought it was hilarious.
What the fuck?
And I'm still willing to forgive you. Maybe I'm too forgiving. My DMs are open. At least apologize to Powder. Thank you very much. I don't need one. Apologize to Powder at least.
People face numerous threats to our future.
Okay, that's something different. I'm gonna watch the Powder video instead. I can watch that another day. Let's see. Powder. What would it be? Powder. Does it move? Wow, I like how I can't fucking type. Drama? Like. Holy shit, Powder. That's a long. Okay, well. I'm probably gonna have to move because I think Powder be over here on this side, so then I move myself to the other side. Okay, so I'm guessing this is where she's like addressing the whole situation. So
as you guys may have seen over the weekend, I caused the great Mugen to crash out over just calling him an unreliable narrator.
Okay.
But we're gonna watch this video that Tectone made. Thank you, Tectone, for covering this story. It's going to be quite hilarious. It was posted 10 hours ago, Sweet. Muujin just lost all his credibility. I think he lost a lot of credibility. I don't know about all, but he lost a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to showcase you the most legendary crash out you might have ever seen. Now, this one breaks my heart because it's Muujin. And Muujin was a guy who I used to be friends with until he publicly disavowed me by lying on my name multiple times and saying that he reviewed information that was actually non-existent. Muujin.
I saw this happen in real time on Twitter where he publicly disavowed Tectone, and it was so cringe. It was so cringe. I just dislike it so much when people claim to be someone's good friend, and instead of going to them privately, they resort to publicly shaming them for
Yeah, it's fucked up when people do that.
Twitter points. Virtue signaling, it's just disgusting. It's really annoying.
Reviewed a document made by Mizkif and deemed that a trustworthy source and wouldn't wait till real records came out. And so he threw the baby out with the bathwater and completely backstabbed me, which is a shame because Muujin reached out to me, asked for a collab, and I approved it, and we were good ever since. But, you know, what can you say?
Muujin reached out to Tectone for a collab? That means Tectone's a predator. Can't believe it. Wait, who's larger?
Damn.
Wait, who's the larger creator? I forgot. Is Muujin the larger creator or is Tectone the larger? Who's the predator? Muujin probably like 2 inches? You mean in viewers? What? Yeah, wait, what? What are we talking about? We're not talking about What are you talking? What are you saying? Back then, Muujin was smaller. Okay, so I was right. Phrasing. Muujin was no name back then. So you're telling me Muujin asked to collaborate with Tectone so that Muujin could possibly grow, get some clout from Tectone?
Say about fair weather friends, they throw you away the moment there's even a smell of controversy, and I'm not really surprised. And it's a shame. Because I used to really like Muujin. I used to really think his videos were great, but over the past year or two, I'm noticing a pattern that he doesn't really do as much research as I thought he did.
Yeah.
And his ego is very fragile. Now, I want to talk about this video, and I want to talk about what happened on Twitter, but this might be the most uncomfortable crash out I have ever seen in my entire life. And I shit you not, Muujin went on Twitter and berated a woman because she wasn't pretending to be sexually assaulted or sexually harassed.
Yeah.
This is one of the most uncomfortable things I have ever seen. And I have never seen someone yell at someone because they weren't convinced they were a victim. This shit is weird as fuck.
It did. It read as like Muujin really wanted me to be a victim. That's how it came across. He was really mad that I was like, oh, you know, I just don't really feel victimized by what Sykkuno said to me, and what we hung out and.
Okay, she said, can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely, but never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, but I was incredibly aware of the power dynamic. He was also just friendly. He's quite forward with his riz, which I didn't like being around. Gave me player vibes. Am I going to flip out on him? No. Usually when someone is like that, they're already talking to multiple people. True. I see some women trying to play victim as if they didn't have a brain in the situation. I also saw people throwing the word predator around. I think that's unreasonable. Muujin never really was a reliable narrator. If a larger creator who is friendly asked to play a game with you, would you say no? Facts.
It's just, you know, kind of a flirt and stuff, but that's about it. Pretty sure Muujin said something along the lines of like, everyone's opinion matters, or like every woman who is coming forward with their stories about Sykkuno, it really matters. I guess it really matters until I disagree, and then he's gonna jump on me.
So
he's gonna
you don't know, let me give you some context.
Yeah.
So what had happened was a lot of VTubers are coming out and showing innocent, harmless messages or conversations they started with Sykkuno, claiming how they're victims, how this made them so uncomfortable, even though they engaged the conversations. And
There's even, I'm not shitting you, there is even a conversation I saw, no, I wouldn't even call it a conversation, on Twitter, of someone posting their DMs with Sykkuno. All it says is crab. Sykkuno says crab to some chick, and then she says crab back. And then she turned it into some sort of like, oh my god, I'm so glad that I've dodged a bullet, and what if...
Back when I didn't realize he was sliding in very small VTubers' DMs, including mine, I feel like he got off on the power imbalance with small VTubers that already admired him and thought he could get away with anything because BC VTubers are more private. Because he said crab to her?
He did this to me and blah, 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 blah. It was just the word crab.
The fuck? Goddamn, the derangement.
I'm serious right now.
so Powder, like Powder often does, says, hey guys, I was in the same situation and I was fine. Let me read you this.
Right.
Like, comment, and subscribe if you're new here. Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely. But never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, but I was incredibly aware of the tower dynamic. Also, he was just friendly. Also saw some people throwing around the word predator around. I think that's
I'll read it off. Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely, but never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, but I was incredibly aware of the power dynamic. Also, he was just friendly. He's quite forward with his Riz, which I didn't like being around, gave me player vibes. Am I gonna flip out on him? No. Usually when someone is like that, they're already talking to multiple people.
Yep,
I see
true.
some women trying to play victim as if they didn't have a brain in the situation. Also saw people throwing around the word predator. I think that's unreasonable. Muujin never really was a reliable narrator. If a larger content creator who's friendly asks to play a game with you, would you say no? So, bit of backstory on this. Sykkuno and I first came into contact with Chibidoki collab. So Chibidoki was doing this giant collaboration for Crab Game. Oh god, Crab. Crab Game, where a bunch of streamers were invited. One of those streamers was Sykkuno. There was Sykkuno and friends. There were some VTubers involved as well. Him and I got into like a 1v1 where he threw a snowball at me and then I died. No! No! And over a few months back in 2023, which is when the DMs took place, over the past couple months after that, a lot of people were coming to me and telling me that I sound like a female version of Sykkuno. So I think that might have gave Sykkuno a bit of a green light to reach out to me, because Sykkuno and I were in another Discord server. I believe it was made by Mooney. Her name's like Meow Mooney. He DM'd me just an emote, and I went to respond, and I couldn't because we weren't like friends, and then the Discord server got deleted. So I friend requested him, and then he was like, how are you gonna friend request me and not send a message? And then I was like, oh, sorry, like Discord got deleted. I did try to reply. Then from there, our DMs are actually so fucking boring. I'm not going to deny, because a lot of people saw this, a 3-hour phone call, and people were running with that. And they were like, oh my god, they must have had e-sex or something like that. I'm gonna be so fucking honest, guys. For a while, Sykkuno does this thing where he says, we need to play games.
Why is it that when somebody's in a 3-hour long conversation with a person of the opposite sex, that it's already automatically assumed that it's some sort of sexual thing? Like, why can't people just be friends?
Play games! And then doesn't give a time or doesn't follow through. And so there was one of those days where I was like, okay, are you free in 2 hours? And he was like, yeah. And then so we played Baldur's Gate for 3 hours. This motherfucker, I'll never forgive him. He skipped all the cutscenes, and no lie, he told me, he's like, oh, I've played this beginning part 5 times. What? like, why are we playing this game? But Saikuno being Saikuno, he says this thing where it's like, oh, well, I've never played it with you before.
Damn.
You know, like that. And it's like, oh.
True, yeah,
okay,
it wouldn't.
I guess so. And our conversation was pretty casual, I'm not gonna lie. It was just me being awkward and like, oh, you know, I'm surprised a content creator like you wants to even like play a game with me. Because at the time, I was a smaller VTuber. I wasn't really, really small, but I was smaller. And we talked about our lives briefly. He talked to me about having 2 different houses, which it signaled to me when he said that he's played this game 5 times before. He's skipping all the cutscenes. He's saying like, oh, but I've never played this with you before, or something like that. And he's talking about having 2 houses. He's a pretty well-off guy. It signaled to me that I was like, all right, this guy is, you know, he talks to a lot of people. I'm pretty sure I even called him out on it in the DMs. I'd have to go back because he was trying to tell me that he's like a very introverted person. And then I was like, I don't know, man. It kind of seems like you talk to a lot of people. Because he was in these collabs and he has a lot of friends. So like, you can't tell me that you're like an introvert when you're just so easily like going into my DMs, sending an emote, and then asking to play games all the fucking time. You know, when we were playing the game though, I just got that feeling that, okay, this guy is like a player, like he has said these things to multiple women before, like it's like kind of awkward. I'm not going to be mean to him, you know, because it's just, I'm not gonna fault a guy for flirting with a girl, you know, I get it.
I mean, fair.
Right? It doesn't really bother me. It's just, I wasn't going to give him what he wanted from whatever, you know, what he wanted. So I distanced myself. And there are some DMs between us where, let me see if I can pull it up. Like, this is the last of our DMs. So I would leave him on red for like months because, again, like I said, I got the feeling that he was a player and I wasn't the type of girl to be easily swayed into like sleeping with like a larger content creator, you know, or like dating someone like Saikuno. It felt like he had plenty of women that he's talking to. But yeah, I'm just criticizing him for skipping the cutscenes. And the cheating thing, by the way, is bad, obviously. But skipping the cutscenes, what the fuck, man? You played this game 5 times. What the fuck? Also, it's so fucking annoying when someone is like, let's play games, and then you're like, okay, what time?
Crickets.
Silence. Let's play games. Okay, but like right now is not a good time. Silence. Couple days later. Oh, want to play this game? By
Exactly.
the way, anytime that I suggested playing games with like friends, because I wanted to invite my friend, and I told him, I was like, oh, maybe you can invite a friend as well and we can all play together. It was never worked out.
Oh, okay.
One of the times he reached out and wanted to play a game was during one of my subathons, and I didn't want to do any sort of like collaboration during that time. And he kept, you know, asking to play games, and I was like, this is one of those things where I kind of want to get to know someone behind the scenes first before I start doing collaborations on stream, right?
Yeah.
That's just something you think about as a content creator. Like, you don't want to platform someone that you're going to feel weird around, right? Going and playing games with them behind the scenes first.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
First, I feel like it's a good way to suss someone out. And that's what I did. We played Baldur's Gate for like 3 hours, and then I took a mental note in my head where I was like, all right, you know, he's a nice guy, but I don't know if this is a friendship worth growing. It kind of feels like he wants more than friendship from me. So it just like slowly died off. That's it. How dare you not trust him? I wasn't gonna give him what he wanted, you know? It sounds like he's a flirt, right? Someone who talks like that comes across as someone who says that to other people too. Honestly, should have just blocked that creepoid. He's not. He's friendly. That's the thing. He's a friendly guy. He was a friendly guy. I'm not upset with guys who flirt. That's fine. That is okay. Guys flirting with girls is fine.
Like, it's not a crime to be fucking friendly. What the hell?
I just, again, wasn't going to give him what he wanted.
Yep.
Because to me, it felt like he either wanted to get in my pants or he wanted a girlfriend, and I wasn't going to give that to him. So, here we are. Then you look at Powder's Discord, it's dudes flirting with dudes. Yeah, you guys are so fucking gay. You smart dude. It's just like, I didn't know much about this guy either. Like, to be fair, I didn't know that he was such a huge content creator until I feel like just about before we started playing Baldur's Gate, because I was a smaller content creator back in 2023. I don't know who's connected to who and stuff. I saw that he had a lot of subscribers on YouTube, and I was like, wow, you know, this guy's a pretty big deal. You just kind of take a mental note in your head where you're like, okay, this is a very large content creator. Why is he talking to me? Like, why me of all people? And when you ask Sykkuno something like that, he's probably gonna say like, oh, because I just found you really cool and interesting. Okay.
Yeah, like if he's really laying it on thick, it should be pretty obvious, but I mean, that's just me.
You know, and that is like, okay, thank you.
Welcome back.
Kind of feels like a recycled line. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. You just need to be sus, right? When you're a little content creator and a big content creator reaches out and is like, hey, want to play games together? And they're being very flirty with you, think about it, you know?
Yeah.
And if you reciprocate, then okay, you know, that's your prerogative. If you want to, you know, explore things sexually, or if you want to get into a relationship with this person, then that's your choice. Let's just be honest here. Oh, to be completely transparent, guys, I was gonna leave it alone. I was gonna leave the whole Sykkuno thing alone, but I thought it would be so fucking funny if I came forward and I was like, ladies, you're not special. We're all special. These ladies hate me. The VTubing community hates me. They think that I am literally Hitler. So I thought it would be kind of funny to be like, ladies, this guy that you know, were with has been with Hitler. I just wanted to poke at them a little bit. I thought it'd be kind of funny. But then Muujin crashing out was a little sprinkle on top. Wasn't expecting that, honestly. I was honestly just expecting some girls to crash out.
It's true.
But to see Muujin crash out, oof. Oh, chef's kiss. What a weekend.
Unreasonable. I'm not going to sit here and cry and pretend like I'm a victim. It's very obvious to tell what his intentions were, because I'm not retarded. And well, Muujin, for some reason, is a very normal thing, by the way.
Yeah.
Muujin freaked the f out and made one of the most uncomfortable posts I've ever seen that got triple ratioed in 3 hours. Muujin decides to quote retweet Powder in a mocking fashion, by the way, because this woman didn't want to paint herself a victim because she wasn't one. This is absolutely out of control. So Muujin is claiming that Powder is some grifting female hater.
Yeah, essentially, I call Muujin an unreliable narrator, and Muujin hits back with, "You fucking grifter blacked whore!" Oh. Whoa, buddy. Oh, man.
What?
Relax.
Who's also a female. Most uncomfortable thing I've ever seen is and by the way, Muujin, you talk about power dynamics. Now you have a smaller content creator expressing her point of view, and then you specifically abuse your power dynamic, saying, I'm going to use my channel and my influence, my massive influence that completely dwarfs your channel.
The sad face.
Let's pull up some facts.
Guys, I can't believe Muujin's manipulating me right now. Threatening me and manipulating me.
Facts. So we have a small YouTuber who gets 24,000 views, 47,000 views, 37,000 views every couple months, with a guy who gets millions of views every single time he posts anything that everybody believes without any checking of themselves at all, even though multiple of these videos have been completely debunked in the past year. The content has completely fallen off in the past year, completely debunked. And now you are threatening her by saying you are going to make a massive expose because she dated a black guy? Not really a good look for all.
That comes off as both racist and also misogynist from that dude, from that Muujin dude. Like, what the fuck?
All of these for this guy who claims that he is morally virtuous.
Right?
I've never dated a black guy. I've never slept with a black guy, by the way. But so fucking weird, right? And he's gonna get people from both sides criticizing him too, because you have people who are on my side who don't like the blacked thing, right? The blacked posting. That's like, dude, what's wrong with you? Post hands. Like, are you Indian or are you Southeast Asian? What's going on here? And then you're gonna get people on the opposite side that are like, why are you criticizing someone for having a mixed race relationship? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. So why are you giving Powder a hard time? Yeah, I think Muujin just really like shot himself in the foot. Like, I think.
Yeah, like I mean, it doesn't matter like if you whoever you freaking date, but I am hella confused as to why he's trying to frame this like in a bad way. If it were to be true, like what the fuck? It doesn't make fucking sense.
It just, he's like schizo posting. I almost want him to release a video because he thinks that he has something on me, but he's just gonna lie. Like, it's just all lies.
Yeah, exactly.
He's so fucking mad. He's threatening me with an expose video based on lies. Like, I almost want him to do it so that I can just come in and call him a fucking retard and then move on.
Oh, hello.
We'll see what happens. I do feel good that I triple.
Right now, we are watching Powder.
Or I, not triple, double ratioed him on Twitter, though. Feels good.
All of these for this guy who claims that he is morally virtuous and is so on the woman's side, yet the moment a woman speaks out against him, she's a misogynist, and now you're going to use your massive reach and influence to ruin her life. Not gonna lie, not a good look here. Go even further. Also, English is my first language, and I have no idea that predator can mean a person or organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage. Intentionally claiming and using negligence, unintentional negligence. You think these people don't know and what you did by calling Sykkuno a predator? You have ruined his life forever.
Yeah.
You ruined his life forever. Forever. You have completely eviscerated this man's life. But
I want to get chat's opinion on this. So, what Sykkuno is guilty of? Cheating on his girlfriend. Not good. Bad. Right? Flirting with lots of VTuber women, but that's not really a problem. So just cheating, right? So do you think that he deserved this? I want to get your opinion. Do you think that he deserves a Google Doc and a video by Muujin painting him as a predator? Guilty of being a fuckboy? Yeah. No?
Yeah, like I said, that's not the same thing, man.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I just wanted to see if we were on the same page. The only victim's his girlfriend? Yeah, the only victim's his girlfriend, which people found out, by the way. Her name is like Weenie Desu or Maddie or something, which she made models for both Bao and Iron Mouse. So I wonder if like Saikuno's influence was in that somehow. That's just a theory.
Oh, it makes sense now. If she makes VTuber models, makes sense why he's going after VTubers in general, and it makes sense why Bao would have like a foot in this whole fucking drama and shit. I mean, not that it's any of her business, but it does make sense as to what the connection is, because it would seem like it was out of nowhere. But then when you start peeling back the layers of the onion, so to speak, and you start seeing the connections, and yeah, it's starting to make a bit more sense.
But yeah, the only victim is his girlfriend, really. Also, I could see some people making the argument that Saikuno is a victim of Mugen and these women making a Google Doc and a video on him. But I don't think anyone's going to say that because they're going to get a bunch of backlash.
Yeah.
But yes, the girlfriend's the victim in this situation. She was cheated on. Legal Mindset released a YouTube video that stated that using the term predator without actual evidence has left the door open for some serious legal issues. Ooh. Mugen has a crash out on Twitter and then gets sued by Saikuno. Ooh, that would be. Is it Christmas? Christmas already?
Can you believe it, guys?
Do you think it's a coincidence that the exact same people like Mugen have made this coordinated hit piece on someone an entire year after doing it to Cinder? Well, Mugen and the girl, her name is Mal, I believe. Mal did come out on Twitter and say that they were friends. Or good friends, something to that effect. So
See, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Of course. Trying to white knight for his friends.
So, yeah, I mean, there's very, 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 very low chance that this chick releases this doc, and then 2 hours later, Mugen comes forward with an hour-long edited video. And that's just like a coincidence or something?
Yeah, no.
There was definitely some colluding behind the scenes.
Yep.
For sure. Was Powder the first one to call out his use of the word predator? No, I don't think so. Because I left the situation alone. I was just memeing about the situation. And then the next day, I decided to come forward with like a bit more, you know, of my opinion and my perspective of the situation. Because I am some girl who has talked with Saikuno. I have. And so my perspective of the situation, you would think would...
It's true. It's like usually when the Google Docs come out, there's some sketchy shit going on.
Matter to these online drama journalists. Oh, maybe I should get the other side of the situation and see if everyone agrees with Mal or whatever. I even had some chick DM me who has gone on a date, like I'd assume IRL date with Saikuno. And she messaged me and she said, "Thank you, Powder, for saying what you said. I'm too afraid to say what you say because of the haters. But I went on a date with Saikuno and I had a really good time. He was a really nice guy." So, there's girls out there that have come forward, or maybe are too scared to come forward. I guess maybe I was the only one to come forward and be like, hey, I just really don't think this situation is as bad as people are making it out to be. But there are some girls lurking in the shadows that maybe feel the same way I do.
You have completely eviscerated this man's life by labeling him something that he's not. And you know what you're doing. And there's no way anybody who speaks English is like, oh, predator, oh, that's not really that big of a deal. No. Predator is a be-all, end-all, to quote XQC, late-game term that you call f***ing criminals. Predator can even mean rapist, and you are calling this man a predator. He's not, and you know what you're doing. And claiming that you use the weakest, most innocent version, anybody with an IQ above 67 knows that a predator is a word you do not throw around. That's a predator.
It's not a word you throw around lackadaisically. And last time I checked, you're not Somalian, so I know your IQ is above 67. Final one.
Oh god.
But it's okay.
Why the fuck are you guys saying 6'7"? 6'7", 6'7".
Oh my
And
god.
last time I checked, you're not Somalian, so I know your IQ is above 67. Final.
That.
Goddamn.
Yeah, my bad. He did say it. 6'7", 6'7". Jesus Christ. It's like the little keys jingling. Jingle, jingle.
But it's okay. My audience gobbles up anything I say anyway, dumbass simps.
That is just untrue, by the way, too. By the way, my audience just gobbles up anything I say anyway, dumbass simps. Jesus Christ, Muujin. Isn't that what you want, Muujin? Like, you want your audience to gobble up what you say, because if anyone disagrees with what you have to say, Muujin, then you're going to threaten them with some expose video. You know, usually...
Also, isn't he the one being a simp for these other chicks by colluding with them and throwing out this fucking expose video and shit? Like, goddamn. Fucking rules for thee, but not for me.
With my community, when they disagree with me, it's like, that's okay. Or, oh, let's talk about it. Or, I'm gonna call you a retard and move on. And that's about it, you know? Whatever. Muujin's mad.
Claiming that this woman can only get views by pandering to simps. Which, by the way, Powder is one of the few VTuber models, and I'm going to show this. Powder is one of the few VTuber models that doesn't even abuse massive, giant, fat titties. It just looks...
Unless I am suspended on Twitch, then I will free the boobs because I want to be unbanned. Okay.
Massive, giant, fat...
I'm guilty of that, but also I, you know, have large boobies IRL, so, you know.
titties.
I'm just trying to be accurate.
Like a little elf girl with a Viking helmet on. So I don't know why we're claiming that we're just goon baiting and simp farming, but this response is terrible. And by the way, if you think I'm the only person who has this opinion, do you see all these tabs on the top right that say X on them? This isn't porn. These are all the other content creators who have spoken out in disgust of Muujin's actions here. And Muujin is a guy who needs to understand the power dynamic. Muujin, you have the power to cancel anybody on the internet. You have ruined many people's lives. Some deserve, some not. You gave me a lot of shit for something that I didn't even do. You said you read everything that was available when nothing was available. And you just lied on my name after everything I've done for you, which is psychotic. And you know what's crazy? I haven't even blocked you on Twitter because I'm hoping you'll come to your senses and maybe you'll apologize to me. And I'll never mention you again, hoping for an apology, and that's okay. Let's keep going here. We have Kim.
I don't think Muujin's gonna apologize. If he does apologize, he wouldn't apologize to Tectone directly. He wouldn't apologize to me directly. He would just go post on Twitter and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry I crashed out. I said some things I shouldn't have said. I hope you guys forgive me." And he's just gonna talk.
Oh, subtle foreshadowing. Damn.
Talk to the wider like Twitter audience, and then he's gonna get like replies from people being like, "Oh no, what you said is totally okay and was blown out of."
Yeah, because it takes a certain level of accountability and courage to like one-on-one apologize to somebody for wronging them and shit. And clearly this guy doesn't have that.
Proportion. It's okay, Muujin. You can be a raging retard. It's fine. That's damage control, not an apology.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's not the
fair
same.
enough. I hope he does. Can't wait to clown on him. I mean, I will say that I am thankful for people like Tectone who are making a YouTube video about it, because it feels like I get a lot of traction on Twitter. So that's like my playing field when it comes to this sort of stuff. Like, yeah, let's fight on Twitter. But Muujin's area of influence is on YouTube.
Oh.
So I'm glad that there's creators making YouTube videos about Muujin on YouTube and like meeting him on the same playing field here and being like, you can't just hide on YouTube, Muujin. No, no, no. Like, your bad behavior is gonna get called out no matter what platform.
Yeah.
So I'm happy
Welcome
to see, you know,
back.
content creators like Tectone call him out. 1v1 me on Twitter. Heck yeah. Well, he picked a fight. He did. I mean, I did name him. Right? I said Mujin's not always,
Headbutts.
or has never been a reliable narrator. Mujin has never been a reliable narrator. I did name him. But the response? Who would have guessed?
Kirsha weighing in
Kirsha.
by giving him the ticking time clock. After this, I'm going to be real. I believe that the Mugen document and the Mugen Google Doc will become
Original, thank
very
you.
apparent. And I do believe that Mugen, when he panders to mindless drones that gobble up everything he says, a lot of shit's going to come out about him. I'm sorry, guys. I don't trust faceless VTubers. I don't.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay. Also, too, like, why?
Yay, headpats.
Want to be friends with the girl Mal who made the Google document on Saikuno, and
More
was the
headpats.
same girl who said, "Oh, Saikuno, you didn't cheat on me. I believe in second chances. We can still talk."
I'm still upset with you, but
Yay, more
you can
headpats.
still talk to me and be like make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong.
Why would you be friends with?
That's fucked up. But she's like, you didn't cheat on me, so you can still talk to me. Wow, that's fucked up. Yay, more headpats. That's fucked up.
Someone like that. Like,
Right?
you're playing with fire.
Yay, more headpats.
I guess Mugen must be really desperate. Maybe he doesn't have much luck dating or something, because
Yay.
that's a huge red flag there.
Sorry, guys. I don't trust faceless VTubers. I don't. Legal
Yay.
Mindset says, I used to perceive, and this is a
More
lawyer, by the way.
pipets.
I used to perceive Mugen as professional, but he's lost that in his handling of the Saikuno situation and Crash Out.
Yep.
Now downplaying the seriousness of labeling someone a predator by presenting the mild definition.
Ooh, more
Everyone
headpats.
knows the real
Wow.
implication behind it. Very true. That's what a lawyer thinks. Speaking of lawyers, I spoke to a lawyer, and they believe that Mugen's video, if not retracted and adjusted, can open him up to a case of defamation because you are calling someone a predator who clearly is not. There's more.
Yeah.
Mizuta Mari, Puddle Yokai says, this is amazing. Mugen openly admitted to coordinating a hit piece with a crazy BPD girl who still wants to sleep with the predator instead of him. And now this meager reputation is crumbling around him. He's just lashing out at anyone he can to desperately try and get a W. What's the saying? No pussy? Nah. I've seen what pussy does to a man, and I don't want none of that. You can keep up this bullshit excuse, by the way, that predator means other things, but by the definition you invented for it, you're preying on the victims yourself. You should probably course correct on that soon. Very true. Very true. Another one. Can't wait for the Mugen doc to drop. True. Legal mindset. A lawyer weighs in again. The male sim collaborators pushing Me Too.
Oh, like that's it. That was it. Damn. So this dude just fucking like went on a fucking crash out rant about her. That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. Sorry, I'm gonna move myself. Eh. Oh wait, I think I was a little bit higher than that. Okay. Okay. Wait, that's the wrong. There we go. Oh, heck, that's the fucking wrong thing. Okay, okay. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. I'll watch one more video. Oh, maybe. Okay, so this video is about folkism. I haven't really seen a lot of it, but this guy's gonna like explain it. It's a thing that happens. I think it happens a lot online. I personally don't agree with it, but I'm curious to see what this person has to say about it. So it's more about like spiritual type stuff, just so y'all know.
Strap yourselves in, because we're going to go on a journey of a discussion regarding people who think that only white people can have personal experience with Odin. That's right. It's time to explore folkism, the white hand path.
Okay, I've never fucking heard it called that before. Just for the record, I'm not like against white people or anything like that. But the thing that's really okay, because I've also kind of experienced this in online spaces.
Can I have some of your blood? Zorito just became a blood bag.
Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah. You know, because DMCA. Oh, why is this loud? Yeah.
So there are some polytheists out there that play a little game of gatekeeping with respect to who is allowed to practice our various faiths. And this is a very loud contingency that expresses itself across traditions, even in Christianity. But typically,
that I did not know. But yeah, this is about polytheists and like paganism. But apparently it's infected Christianity too. I did not know about that.
Polytheists that hold this belief are referred to as folkists. In heathenry, this will manifest as the idea that the religion is centered around an ancestral connection. They believe that the celebration of that ancestral connection is only possible if you have the right ancestors, that only certain kinds of souls can connect you to the gods, and that this is somehow factually the case.
I would like to go, I don't know if this guy's going to talk about it, but I would like to go on the record and say that folkism is not a thing that only affects, like, it's not just like a white people to people, like non-white people. I've seen it happen to like non-white people doing it to white people too. So it goes both ways. Like, I don't know what kind of narrative this dude's trying to paint, but I have seen it happen both ways. Which, yeah, it's not just one way or the other. But yeah.
So let's talk about folkism. What is it? Where did it come from? And how is it addressed? Hellenic YouTuber and a personal friend of mine, Aaliyah Kai, and I have had a lot of conversations about this. This position affects her on multiple fronts because of her mixed background,
okay,
which she explains in her video on this topic. But after going through the various definitions of folkism that exist, there wasn't one that I felt was clear enough to really capture what folkists actually believe as informed by their actions. And after a long back and forth with Aaliyah Kai, we coined this definition, that folkism is the belief that ancestral ties give benefit, privilege, or access to a religious tradition, especially in lieu of a living culture. Now, different traditions will employ this strategy in different ways.
Like, okay, like in, I guess like in more simple terms, it's like if you're, okay, because I've experienced this, although in like, in a different way, because it's like, let's say you're curious about polytheism, and let's say you're curious like about, let's say like Norse deities or like Greek ones, which are Hellenic ones or whatever. It's like I've been told, or I've heard of other people like that I know been told that you're of this race, why don't you go and work with those deities instead, you know? And I've also seen where people on the opposite will say that to like white people who have interest in like other types of deities that aren't necessarily like European ones. It's like, it's really it's fucking silly, honestly.
Ways, but most
It's
were
really
trying to play a
gatekeepy
game
and
of
silly.
ethnic separatism around their religion. And what makes it so sneaky is that they are basically cherry picking to support their point. Whereas polytheism naturally acknowledges and even blends with other faiths, and often did historically, folkism denies this important fact of history to place humans in neat little boxes that do not reflect reality, currently or historically. To understand some of the roots of the current expression of this idea, we have to go back a few years. So, heathenry contains within it what is probably the most overt expression of folkism. And there's a lineage of this with respect to the way folkist rhetoric has ties going back to the Nazi supremacy narrative.
Uh-oh.
This isn't an often...
Uh-oh. Here we go. All right.
Talked about thing, but the Nazis did have a program to strip Christianity away from their culture.
Fuck? Okay, well, all right. Well, should have been obvious, but okay.
The problem, as they saw it, was that Jesus was Jewish and was the son
Yeah.
of the God of the Jewish people. This obviously
Jesus
presented problems for the Nazis. So one of the ways that they tried to fix this issue was to build a transitional faith called positive Christianity. It eliminated the Old Testament and any other element of the Bible that they perceived as having Jewish authorship. And they went through phases of saying that Christ was...
My God, it's so dumb. I think like the whole Bible has that before it started getting like reviewed and shit by other people. What? Okay.
Aryan, or that Christ didn't exist. But this was supposed to be a transitional faith to a new one that was going to be more focused on the Nazi state, where Mein Kampf would replace the Bible and the swastika would replace the cross.
Jeez, that's fucked
this
up.
Program was led by...
Like in general, like the wanting the erasure of separation of church and state, that's fucked up.
A Nazi named Alfred Rosenberg, who is considered one of the more influential contributors to Nazi ideology. Rosenberg believed that religious and cultural transformation was cornerstone to the success of the Reich. But this program was eventually abandoned in large part because German preachers were not receptive. Christianity was split between those who called themselves German Christians, who supported positive Christianity, and the confessing church, who was in opposition to positive Christianity. And the project was considered largely unimportant, as the Nazis' major focus was mobilization for total war rather than a religious debate. So
fair.
Positive Christianity...
Well, not fair, but you know what I mean.
When the Nazis lost the war. Now, why is this important? Because during this time, there was another faction called the German Faith Movement, which was small, but it was associated with the Nazi Party. It saw Hitler as a sort of savior. It implemented blood and soil rhetoric, but it was heavily influenced by Norse paganism. And its founder, Nazi Party member Jacob Wilhelm Hauer, died in 1962 and continued promoting the German faith movement well after the war. Carl Jung wrote an article entitled Wotan in 1936, which continued to influence white supremacist movements well after World War II. And in it, he discusses the subconscious archetype of the wild German spirit hiding in various expressions of German culture. And it even references Hitler unleashing the spirit of Wotan among the Germans young and old. And Jung references these aforementioned movements here, in which he talks about the nationalist God attacking Christianity and suggesting that German Christians were mistaken in their loyalty. He suggests that it would be better for them to join the German faith movement, describing them as decent and well-meaning people. And he...
I can understand wanting to connect to like your ancestral roots that way, but you know, being this type of like crazy shit is not it. You know what I mean? I mean, there's nothing wrong with like being of whatever like race or color you are, you know, like white or whatever, and wanting to connect with that type of ancestry, like on the spiritual level, as long as you're not, of course, hurting anybody or yourself. I'm guessing these people did not have that idea, so I don't know.
Notes that this would be preferable because Wotan is a German god, and therefore the god of the Germans. Now, these movements and the Wotan article would wind up influencing a man named Stephen Bignallon, who is among the earlier Americans who revived Norse paganism on this side of the pond. He's a good speaker, he's a good writer, and an excellent propagandist. He has worked as a soldier, corrections officer, journalist, teacher, and spiritual leader over the course of his life. And his most recent...
Damn, this dude's gotten around,
work was with Red Ice TV, during which he often references the article that I mentioned earlier by Carl Jung. Let's take a look.
Tonight, I want to talk to you about race. Now, this is not meant to be a race discussion. This is meant to be a race discussion. But defeat brought with it only a more savage repression of the Wotan archetype. Germans were now to be peaceful factory workers busily creating an economic miracle, making money. The denazification program was ruthless and relentless. The Allies did everything in their power to bury Wotan's furious ecstasy under gross materialism. I told you about the
That is a weird-ass choice of words. Okay.
Wotan Network, an organic, grassroots, long-term campaign to awaken the European-descended peoples. Our aim is to shake our folk from their slumber, to put iron in our collective backbones so we will stand up tall and proud and speak and act in our own defense. Ancestry is better than universalism. The Wotan archetype manifested in the revival of
Oh my god, that shit, okay. I'm like, whatever, you do you. But that type of mentality has like so infected these types of spaces, you know, because it's very, how do I say it? I think it's very presumptuous to presume, or yeah, it's very presumptuous to tell somebody else like what spiritual thing or deity or whatever that they feel called to based on whatever their outward appearance might be. Or I think that's super presumptuous because we as humans don't know the workings of like beings that are higher than us, like gods and stuff. So just the fact that you're trying to like minimalize that in a way that makes sense to you, that doesn't mean that that's necessarily what's going on, like, because it's really like, how dare you like invalidate other people's things, regardless of what background they come from and whatever thing they feel called to. You know what I mean?
nationalism, Germanic mysticism, the occult lore of the runes, and folkish culture. Figures of Jesus on horseback were really similar to the repressed image of Wotan.
To be fair, that could be a whole another type of video about the criticism of certain aspects and imagery of Christianity that happened like with ancient religions, but that's not what this video is about.
I will defend my race. We
oh my God.
face numerous threats to our future. Our numbers are shrinking in almost every location on Earth.
To be fair, like, I'm not like defending this guy, but in the modern time, no, it's okay. Yeah, like in the modern time, I think like how earlier I was talking with Lord Intellectual's video about like that weird like social like mass attack on masculinity and stuff. There is like a thing going on in regards to being white. Like, I'm not saying that, how do I word this in a way that doesn't sound stupid? It's definitely being framed like, especially if you're like a white male, caca. Like, and like I said before, there's nothing wrong with wanting to connect to your like ancestry or your spirituality in that way, or your heritage, you know, like I said, as long as it's not hurting nobody or whatever, especially when it comes to like ancient peoples and the way that they worshipped or lived and stuff. Like, it's curious to know, like, because it's okay to want to like connect to that and understand that, but of course you have to also bring it a bit in the modern sense. Like me, for example, I get like wanting to like know or learn about like okay, I can use my race like as a thing about, like, for example, like the Aztec Empire. Some of their beliefs are interesting, but then it's also like in the modern day, yeah, a lot of the stuff they did is some crazy shit. Like it's not always like one for one. Like
Europe, our homeland, the place that gave us birth, will be majority non-white within a couple of decades unless, as I intend, we can change that situation. I believe we will see two things happen.
I indicate where that's coming from, but okay.
First, there will be a violent reaction against the Islamification of Germany. Wotan will arise to defend his people. Although the average German may not want to admit it, the truth is clear. Even if not one more immigrant is allowed in Germany, there are already enough of them to change the face of Germany in the coming years and forever.
I'm guessing that's like a deity or something that he works with, but I understand the concern with the mass, like, Islam immigration. Like, I get it. You know, I get it. I'm not justifying what he's saying, but it's definitely a concern in modern days.
If the politicians do not remove them, Wotan, whether you think of him as an archetype or as a god, will intervene to restore balance. Wotan now sleeps, but he will waken, and he will be ready for war.
Why does this sound like crazy stuff, but with a different skin? Like, like, bruh.
Let me know what you think of this guy in the comments. But yeah, you can get a sense of his positions. And this isn't something new. Here's him from 1993 discussing myth as racial dreaming.
What a dream is to the individual, the myth is to the group. It's as though the whole culture, the whole tribe, the whole race dreamt. And that is their product. That is the content of that part of them that is not obvious.
In researching this project, I did a bit of a deep dive into McNallen's work and his history in order to understand the positions that he holds and who he is.
Oh,
which
boy.
may warrant like a whole nother video, because what I found was just this daunting mess. But he is very much the definition of a folkist. He believes that the gods are rooted not only in our ancestors, but our very genetics. And he suggests that this is a scientific truth and believes that evidence of...
That's fucking bullshit. Bullshit, man. You can't, like, okay, it doesn't matter what your ethnicity or whatever is. If you feel called to whatever religion or gods that it might be, regardless of your ethnicity, it is what it is. And like I said, people have done it like in the opposite way for like people of color. But I still say the same thing. It's presumptuous to assume that you understand the way that beings that are supposed to be higher than us work. You don't, man. We're just people. Like...
This is suggested by similar behaviors of identical twins, crediting a psychic connection between them. Again, he holds this to be...
Okay, twin tuition is something different. That's just twins being twins, man.
a scientific truth.
No, yeah, it's bullshit.
Much in the 80s. At the time, genetics was pretty mysterious. People didn't really understand it as much. So the ability to play hide the ball within a discussion of genetics was much easier. But you know, I wound up getting a copy of this article on metagenetics some time ago, and it's interesting. I've had it in my possession for a few years now, and rereading it during my research on McNallen, it's important to note a couple of things about how he communicates, especially in comparison with his new book, Asatru, A Native European Spirituality, which was published in 2015. In 1985, he rejects the accusation of ethnocentrism while embracing that it was a positive thing in 2015. However, in 2015, he accounts that he's held the folkish position since 1974.
Okay.
And even in the 1985 article on metagenetics, in the paragraph following his rejection on ethnocentrism, he says, only by understanding who we are, only by coming from our racial center, can we interact justly with wisdom with other peoples on this planet.
That's really, like, why is this dude making all this, like, weird emphasis on this shit? I mean, he's a folkist, so I guess that makes sense. But it's, what the hell?
That's pretty ethnocentric.
Yep, I would agree.
We'll come back to metagenetics. But first, let's deal with McNallen and his organization.
I'm Steve McNallen. and I lead an organization called the Asatru Folk Assembly, or AFA.
During the height of McNallen's influence in Asatru, he was very careful with his wording. He seemed to be a sort of centrist in the world of like the Aryan movement, outwardly refusing to express hatred or superiority over other races, yet holding this position of racial exclusivity in Asatru. Meanwhile, insisting that race is real, and these Jungian justifications about racial connection to the gods suggested that racial separatism was the way to go. He did, however, make...
Like, spiritually, or what the fuck, this guy... Another type of mental gymnastics.
Some suggestions of racial supremacy in another article that he wrote entitled The Spiritual War for California and the Southwest, in which he cast the Aztec gods as the bloodthirsty soul of the Mexican people invading land that their gods covet. This is, of course, referencing immigration and justifying like an ethno-national...
Okay, first of all, if you look at history and historical maps, you would know that California, Texas, and like that whole like area was part of Mexico at one point. So I don't know what the fuck this dude is going on about. Fucking dumb. Jeez.
Nationalist colonialism. It's actually important to note, you know, while we're reading this language, that this same justification of bloodthirsty Aztec gods is used by the Mexican government to deny rights to various indigenous peoples. But yeah, that's the kind of rhetoric that he's engaging with here. But
that's a whole nother thing. But goddamn, this guy.
He continues. It gets worse, actually. He also says that these gods have not reckoned with the likes of Odin and Thor or their followers. And the way that, you know, the ending of this article is worded, it suggests an inherent superiority.
Of it, mighty psychic forces and powerful religious impulses are on the move. The old gods of Mexico and the gods of ancient Europe are stirring in their respective peoples. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Jesus. The spiritual descendants of the Aztecs are looking north. Bitch, you can't say like spiritual, but then like claim like physical. That's not the same thing. Whatever. Coveting land with blah blah blah. It was though, but okay, whatever. Okay. But then they haven't reckoned with... See, that's what I'm saying, that he's like real minimalizing this shit because like... It's like he's saying that because these ones are European that they're like stronger than the Mesoamerican ones, and it's kind of like, bruh, it's like they're all on the same level. Think of it like JoJo's. If ever, like, okay, all stand users are on the same level of being a stand user with each other. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like because one is like a different type of stand user that it makes it like better than the other. It's fucking dumb.
Superiority in the conflict, which, given his view of metagenetics, it's hard to reconcile with his smiling diplomatic words around respectful separatism. Meanwhile, he steps down from the leadership of the AFA and is replaced by a guy named Matt Flavel, or Flavel, I don't know how to fucking pronounce his name, who abandons all of that carefulness and goes straight to the typical racist and transphobic dog whistles.
Damn.
The heathen community at this point had made some efforts against Stephen McNallen, but his slipperiness on the subject largely kept people at bay. It was after Matt Flavel's statements that AFA and McNallen were much easier targets. The evidence of their racism was succinct and in black and white.
Damn.
And from McNallen's successor, and without enough time for there to have been some sort of like ideological change within the group. So Declaration 127 was made as a statement referencing the Havamal, which is more referencing than McNallen makes in any of his racial theories. But the text of Havamal 127 is as follows.
Okay.
When you see misdeeds, speak out against them, and give your enemies no frith.
Is this like a made up thing? I feel like this is a made up thing. I feel like this is some shit some dude made up as an excuse for his fucking stupid ass ideology.
Now, I've covered what frith is on this channel before. Essentially, what this means is that any respect that the AFA had as heathens is now over due to their misdeeds. They have in the past demonstrated racist, homophobic, and transphobic positions.
Okay, whatever.
So,
well, I mean, okay.
Should be called out, as they use our traditions to justify prejudice on the basis of race, nationality, sexual orientation, and gender identity.
Okay.
Heathen organizations signed this document in droves. The SPLC went on to define the AFA as a hate group and posted a lengthy article going into detail about folkism, which I highly advise reading for follow-up information. I've also included in the description an article from The Atlantic on folkism and its problems within heathenry. But is folkism valid? Is it just another iteration of heathenry? For a long time, this was kind of the case within heathenry, and among some it still is.
Wow.
But it shouldn't be accepted. And I'm going to provide 3 useful arguments as to why. The first argument is that history doesn't agree with this at all.
Yeah.
Let's go back to metagenetics for a second. Metagenetics is, again, this idea that there's something hidden in genetics that connects us to the gods. And this is the cornerstone for justifying
all this. Yep, it's true. It's true. What about that Norse myth when Loki turned into a girl horse, or a girl donkey or whatever, and then he freaking birthed a baby that became Odin's horse? So you know that goes against all this fucking dumb traditionalism shit.
folkism. In 1985, McNallen
Also,
discussed this as a scientific claim. In 1999, however, he reframes it as the hypothesis that there are spiritual and metaphysical implications to physical relatedness among humans.
Loki's right, but it's like, but still though,
which correlate with, but go beyond the known limits of genetics. And he goes on to say that this means what he's talking about may or may not be
lol origin ducky,
which means it's separate from genetics. But let's make
it's true. It did happen. It did happen. Well, mythologically.
Something clear about the spiritual element of this claim. McNallen, in both of these documents, cites no sagas, sources, or examples from Norse history beyond a vague reference to the possibility of reincarnation in the Norse understanding, which, when you examine the Norse concept of death, this wasn't the most common view, and was only one of many. The overarching view about our ancestors is that in death we are reunited with them, whoever they may be, and there is no suggestion that there was ever any racial restriction on this expression of the afterlife. To suggest that there is a racial restriction on a tradition is a bold claim indeed. And to
also, weren't the Vikings known for when they would go to other places, they would just get wives from those other places? I'm just saying. I'm not super with that history stuff, but that's what I think happened, I think. And then also it's true, well, like I said, I don't know that much about Norse stuff, but yeah, I think they say things based off of if you're a warrior, if you died of sickness. No, yeah, it's true.
To say that this is the ancestral intention and a simple reality of the nature of the gods? Surely there's some historical evidence for this, but there is none.
No, there's not.
In fact, we see the opposite. We see syncretic traditions showing up in pagan traditions all the time.
Yep, it's true. A big one, I don't know if this guy's gonna mention it, but is when Greece got to Egypt, I think because of Alexander the Great, where there's some syncretized deities like Hermanubis, which is Hermes and Anubis as a new thing. And then how worship of the goddess Isis went to Greece, and then some of the Greek gods went to Egypt and stuff, and they were kind of interchangeably worshipped depending. So yeah, what the fuck?
Most notable counterexample to racial traditions would be the syncretism between the Egyptian and Roman pantheon.
Oh, there we go.
The worship of the Egyptian goddess Isis taking place in Britannia by Romans.
Yep, that's a statue of her. It's a Roman statue or Greek, whatever. So, yep.
Further, we see among various polytheist civilizations that it was customary for visitors of foreign lands to honor the gods of those lands while they were there alongside their own.
Yep.
Which means that we have historical precedents of peoples engaging in praxis with deities not of their ancestral faith.
Yeah.
And if this was something that was known in ancient times, why do we not see anyone in antiquity writing about it? Cicero writes pages of dialogue about the nature of the gods, and yet nothing about racial restrictions, or what
Vikings was a career path. Only a very small group could be correctly called Vikings. 95% of the population was fishermen, farmers, craftsmen, etc. These people claiming ancestry was probably descendants of these regular folks that had nothing to do with war, conquest. Yep. I agree. It's true.
delineating factors there might have been should these racial restrictions have even existed in the first place. But let's keep in mind, the modern notions of race did not exist in Rome. They had completely different ideas about the categories of peoples because, and write this down, race is a social construct.
Yeah, I've said that.
And the Romans had a different social construct than we do.
I think they had classes more than like what color your skin was.
And if you tried to describe white people to a Roman, they'd be very confused.
Yay.
They'd be a little offended as to why you're lumping in Romans with the barbarous Gauls to the north.
Gods. I hate Gauls.
What the fuck?
My grandfather hated them too. Even before they put out his eyes.
Damn.
The second argument is philosophical. Folkism unjustifiably limits the gods.
That's what I said.
Idea
That's exactly what I said.
that the gods are only accessible to people with certain ancestry is honestly insulting to the agency of the gods.
Yep.
Folkism puts forward the idea that Odin, the wise...
I think so. I'm not too sure what a passport bro is.
wanderer, the wild deity of ecstasy and pain,
Mm-hmm.
of poetry and death, is restricted into who he can reach out to among humans, and that this restriction is guided somehow by the magical correlate of DNA molecules referenced in absolutely no ancestral story.
Yep.
This seems absurd and is in dire need of some explanation. To suggest that any deity's actions are halted or allowed by magic contained in our DNA strands is nothing short of silly. Especially when discussing gods like Odin or Freya, who command a system of magic that alters the threads of time. These beings are stopped by DNA strands? You may as well worship the DNA strands, which arguably is what folkists do anyway.
Yeah. Passport bros are men primarily from Western countries who travel internationally to find romantic partners or wives, often in Eastern Europe, Asia, and Latin America, driven by the belief that dating options in their home countries are unsuitable or too influenced by modern feminism. The trend focuses on seeking traditional family-oriented relationships. Oh. And yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's stupid to think that any god would be limited by something like DNA if when they're supposed to be like omnipotent and omnipresent beings. Like, it's stupid.
This can only be informed by an incredibly low opinion of the gods indeed.
Yep.
And the only way that I can figure that McNallen came to this conclusion and just didn't question this element is that he just places a biblical-like authority in Jung over the gods, and then tries to conclude that this element of the DNA communication association is the explanation as to why Jung's article is true. Because with the amount that McNallen references Jung's Wotan article, it is obvious that he considers it like a holy text of some kind. But Jung didn't think of the gods in the same way that McNallen does. Jung thought of Wotan as a racial archetype for the will of the German people during the rise of National Socialism. McNallen thinks that Odin is a god, and yet thinks that Odin functions under these restrictions, and is married to this concept for whatever reason. It's just bad.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, how can a being be like an omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient thing, but be limited by like something stupid like how our flesh looks or whatever? It's dumb.
Theology, and it was poorly thought through. But this doesn't compare to the third and probably most devastating argument against folkism, and that is that it just simply doesn't reflect reality. Because this is the kicker.
Yeah.
People without European ancestors experience the Norse gods.
It's true.
People of mixed racial background experience the
I see.
Norse gods. This falsifies metagenetics and ultimately folkism.
Yeah.
The arbitrary bubble that folkists have placed around who can and cannot have access to their traditions is violated by the gods themselves.
Yep.
And on the AFA's website, they suggest that without white people, Asatru would no longer exist. The reasoning for this is that all faiths spring forward out of their racial soul.
Oh my god.
Follow from this
That's so fucking dumb. Okay.
that those without this ancestry would not experience the Norse gods, but they do.
Yep.
The AFA further makes the point that religions are not arbitrary or accidental, and proceed to ground this in evolution. But religions are not arbitrary because the gods are real, not because of evolution. What is arbitrary is changing your ancestral border for acceptance from Northern European folk to ethnic European folk, like the AFA did in 2017. I have said several times before that heathens grow out of the ground. We're not converted, we're called. And it seems that race is not at all a restrictive factor in this calling.
The Norse gods barely deal with humans. They're busy enough beefing with the giants and prepping for Ragnarok. They could care less about the race of the people worshipping them. No, it's true. They're just like, they're not gonna care about shit like that. To them, that's like super arbitrary shit. They don't care. Yeah, that's true. The fucking.
If we are to in any way accept our own spiritual experiences as a justifier for our own religion, we must then accept the valid spiritual experiences as others as justification for their religion.
Yeah.
And the truth is, spiritual experience goes far outside the lines that Folkists want it to. Humans can be Folkists, but it seems that Odin is not. And oh, it is telling that Folkists get their beliefs about these racial restrictions from Macnallan, and not the sagas or the gods.
Yeah.
If you like this video, please go check out Aliyah Kai's follow-up. She explores this issue from another angle, and I'll be linking it and other videos on this subject from various polytheists in the description. And with that, hail to my patrons for making this content possible. It's good to have people at your back. Like, subscribe, and remember to find a way or make one.
Oh. Do. Let's see. What time is it? Do. I think I saw the Black Lagoon one. Adventure time. Okay. Let's watch some Angela Symposium. Oof. In case y'all don't know, she's I believe she's got a doctorate in this type of stuff. So she's talks about this stuff from a academic point of view.
Or the evil eye, a kind of curse that can potentially harm or destroy any aspect of one's life or future prospects.
Yeah.
Using the deleterious powers of envy.
Oh, okay.
Projected
Yeah.
by sometimes unsuspicious gaze. Learn more about what the evil eye is and how it's diagnosed and dispelled by watching this episode.
Is that better?
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Angela Puca and welcome to my symposium. I'm a PhD and a religious studies scholar, and this is your online resource for the academic study of magic, esotericism, paganism, shamanism, and all things occult. This episode has a special companion video, as it is part of a collaboration with my friend and colleague, Dr. Andrew Henry, host of the channel Religion for Breakfast. He's going to address the historical origins and background of the evil eye and its meaning, while I will cover the contemporary beliefs and practices around it. As a Southern Italian, the evil eye, or malocchio in Italian, is an integral part of my culture and of the folk beliefs of my
I'm not Italian, dude. They're gonna touch me.
my homeland. I also happen to have studied folk Italian witchcraft for my PhD, so I will gladly share what I've learned on the field on the matter. The concept of the evil eye likely originated in Mesopotamia and then spread to the Greco-Roman world, taking roots in the Mediterranean cultures, to later spread even beyond. The evil eye is the belief that someone looking at you with envy or jealousy can bring you misfortune or lead you to losing the thing, object of the envy. The idea.
Yeah, it's a concept also that happens in Mexican culture. We call it mal de ojo, and basically it's like somebody is like jealous or whatever, like what she said, and it makes you to get things like you can get sick or whatever. If it's like a thing, like an object, it can get lost, like Angela mentioned, or broken. Also a lot of times there's like the superstition, at least in the Mexican thing, that if you like, for example, if you tell somebody, oh, like I really like your earrings or whatever, you're supposed to touch them to kind of like negate like the mal de ojo. That's why like it happens a lot in particular with babies. If they let you, you're supposed to touch it so the baby doesn't get sick, because there's that belief that if you do that, like if you look at the baby like with like a lot of like adoration, it can be perceived as like jealousy or whatever, and that it could make the baby sick. That's why at least in like Mexican culture, they'll have like they'll put like the baby like a little bracelet that's got the little, what's it called, the malocchio, the little eye thing, and then also like a cross or like a saint or something on it to protect it from that stuff.
Of looking at you can be more widely understood as someone focusing their attention on you with malicious intent,
yeah,
envy or jealousy. That can also happen unintentionally. It
yeah,
is sometimes even believed that it could be the person afflicted to have brought the evil eye on themselves. Now, let's address an example of the
yeah.
eye. Let's say, for instance, that your colleague gets a promotion and you are happy for them, but internally or subconsciously you bear some envy towards them in your heart. There is a woman in my family who lost her husband.
If the TikTok witches were to teach me anything, is that people yeah, it's true. My God, you'd be surprised. And or maybe you wouldn't be surprised. You'd be more surprised to find out that it could be people in your own inner circle.
And about a decade ago, and she believes that the evil eye contributed to that tragedy. What she keeps saying is that the other women in the town kept telling her how lucky she was to have a handsome husband who was younger than her. In a cultural context where people believe in malocchio, repeating how lucky someone is for any of their life's achievements or events attracts misfortune and loss because of the jealousy and envy carried within those statements.
Yeah.
The belief here is that the feeling of someone else having something that you perceive as desirable and that you lack in your life almost always underlies envy and concealed resentment. As Dillion and Mallet explain, anthropologists have identified a few recurring features with regards to the evil eye. The first is its power comes primarily through or from the eye, with touch or speech, in particular oral praise, as additional powers. The second is that the person, animal, or object stricken is desirable or of value.
That's why in Mexican and Hispanic culture, they want to protect the babies a lot because well, yeah.
There is that its action is typically immediate, though the effects may manifest over time or after some time. Also, the person cursed by the evil eye may not be aware of it or of what caused their affliction. Lastly, it's not always preventable, but its effects can be sometimes deflected, or at least one can try, or warded off with the aid of the appropriate charms, gestures, amulets, or other apotropic objects or symbols.
Yeah.
Now I will tackle the contemporary beliefs concerning protecting yourself from the evil eye, diagnose whether you have it, and dispel its influence. I will first address the cultural specific beliefs and practices in the Italian folk witchcraft tradition that I systematized in my doctoral research under the label of the tradition of segnature. Then I will move on to address the more cross-cultural perspective offered by contemporary pagans and magic practitioners. So, in folk magic, what the average person can do is to protect themselves from the evil eye or try to preventatively deflect it, as the practice of diagnosing and removing the evil eye is usually the prerogative of magic practitioners or witches who have inherited that power through initiation. In southern Italy, especially...
Yeah, that's a thing also in Mexican culture. Like if you think that happened, typically what you would do is you would take, or you would go or take your kid or whatever to a curandero so that they can like, it's because I don't know how it is in like in Italian stuff, but it could be manifested as like, I don't know, somebody just sick and you don't know why or whatever. Typically you would go to a curandero, which is like I guess like a, what's a good translation of that, like a witch doctor, so they could diagnose and get rid of it.
In the Neapolitan area, the most common folk practice to protect against the evil eye is the horn, whether it be the amulet or the
sort of
gesture. The horn amulet is called in Italian corno or cornetto. In Neapolitan and similar...
Fun fact, that started being used in like rock music and stuff because of Ronnie James Dio, because he said that he learned that gesture about warding the evil eye from his Italian grandma, and then he started doing it on stage, and then it just became like immersed into rock and roll culture and stuff.
In dialects, it's also called cornicello or corniciel. In its amulet form, it's a red coral object,
sort of like an apothecary,
shaped like a twisted hot red pepper. It's made in a fragile material, such as terracotta or ceramica. The belief is that carrying it with you,
it does. It does.
And if it breaks, then it means your amulet worked at deflecting the danger and you need a new one. In Naples, you will find these horns sold at every corner. But to be an effective amulet, it needs to be gifted by someone instead of you buying it for yourself. The second very common apotropic practice against the evil eye is the horse gesture. This is often misunderstood as if the sheer gesture would ward off the evil eye. But in Neapolitan and other southern Italian traditions, the horns need to be specifically pointed downwards.
Yeah.
Some say towards hell or the devil, to deflect and channel away whatever it's been directed at you. Often this is accompanied by the sound tie, which doesn't really mean anything in Italian, and in Neapolitan it kind of resembles the sound of to you, which might suggest the intention of returning the evil eye back to the sender or to the source of evil itself. I actually do this gesture all the time. Tie. Whereas these types of horn, that's another gesture that I do quite often.
But that's a metal one.
Yeah. Oh, she mentioned it.
And the horn's gesture are the main
Lol, in the reverse card
associated with protecting against the evil eye. There are additionally other protective folk practices that are perhaps more generically aimed at absorbing, warding off, or protecting against any harmful occurrence of any nature. This would involve using salt in various ways, including being thrown behind one's back, and garlic left hanging to dry out. Let's now talk about how the evil eye is diagnosed and removed.
Yeah.
I will now illustrate a typical malocchio ritual as explained by one of my informants during an interview that was part of my doctoral research. This example has revealed to be representative, albeit variations may be found, of this kind of ritual performed in other areas of the Campania region and often in other southern regions. My informant's family comes from a town in the province of Benevento and lived in Napoli, Naples, at the time of our interview. She was initiated by her grandmother, who taught her how to diagnose and remove the evil eye, the malocchio. Concerns such as a series of unfortunate events or a persistent headache are believed to be signs of someone having cast the evil eye on you.
Yeah.
As my informant explained, it is not necessary to perform a ritual to cast the malocchio on someone, as it is believed in the folklore that envy or other detrimental emotions towards a person are sufficient to exert its damaging power. The first part of the malocchio removal ritual consists of a divination to verify whether the evil eye is affecting the person. The segnatore or segnatrice will, in the person's presence, drip a few drops of extra virgin olive oil into water that had been poured into a plate. If the oil dissolves in water, the person is cursed, whereas if oil and water remain separate, no evil eye has been cast on the person. As
Wouldn't it be separate all the time? Ooh, that'd be cool. Yeah, go for it. I say go for it. Max, is it cool for Wiz to go for it? Because I say go for it. Yeah.
my informant pointed out, it makes sense because the magical act that causes and reveals the existence of the malocchio is something out of the ordinary, and it's not physically or chemically ordinary that oil dissolves into water, whereas it is natural to have oil and water separate. In cases where the malocchio is confirmed, the segnature will be performed in the form of crosses and secret prayers over the plate containing the dissolved oil. The combined use of symbolic gestures and secret prayers, called segnature in Italian folk magic, is believed to be effective in removing the evil eye from the affected
big PP energy.
There are, of course,
It's true, I am.
reasons as to how the evil eye is detected and removed. For instance, other informants reported that if the oil collects in the shape of an eye, that would also indicate the presence of the evil eye. These practices, as mentioned, involve secret gestures and prayers passed down usually within the bloodline that cannot be revealed lest they lose their power. Most contemporary pagans and magic practitioners don't endorse the view that someone can practice witchcraft only if they had been initiated, and rather adopt a more eclectic and cross-cultural perspective. That means that when it comes to the evil eye, their beliefs and practices will incorporate elements of disparate traditions and add elements from recent developments that emerged from witchcraft and magic practicing communities. For instance, contemporary practitioners incorporate the use of charms and amulets such as the Hamsa or the blue-eyed Nazar amulets.
Yeah, those things. You see them things like Alyssa Meyer, you see them things everywhere.
From the Arabic and Middle Eastern world. Another practice found across different cultures that got incorporated by contemporary practitioners is deflecting envy through touch.
Oh yeah.
Deflecting compassion.
I had mentioned that.
Or making the other person take part in your fortune or benefit from it in some way. The luck received is often attributed to God or the divine in order to deflect envy for the receiver of the compliment, or to avoid bringing bad luck to someone you love by unintentional feelings of envy for the giver of the compliment. Contemporary practitioners would also use different types of magic to ward off the evil eye, also using rituals that were not necessarily designed for that purpose specifically. Examples are using the Van Van oil from the Hoodoo tradition to turn bad luck into a good one, as well as using purification baths or protection rituals of different types. More generally, purification, protection, return to the sender, banishing rituals, uncrossing and unblocking spells, and rituals to attract good luck are employed and repurposed to the aim of dispelling the negative effects of what various folk magic beliefs around the world would have called, or indeed still call, the evil eye. Don't forget to check out the companion video to this one on the evil eye over on Religion for Breakfast, where Dr. Andrew Henry will discuss the origins, etymology, geographical diffusion, and potential socio-psychological explanations for the belief in the evil eye around the world. Make sure to subscribe to his fantastic channel as well. Dr. Henry makes superb academic content to improve everyone's literacy on religious matters, and is absolutely brilliant at making complex scholarly notions accessible to the public. So go check it out now and say hi in the comments on my behalf. So this is it for this episode. If you like my content and want me to keep the academic fun going, this project can really only exist thanks to you guys, thanks to your support. So if you have the means and can help at all, I would really appreciate it if you'd support my work with a one-off PayPal donation by joining memberships or my Inner Symposium on Patreon. I'm really proud of my Inner Symposium community. We have monthly lectures, a Discord server. There's also the chance of having a one-to-one conversation with me at the Archmage tier. There's also the chance to super thank me in the comments. And otherwise, you can support my content by smashing the like button. That is if you like the video, because, you know, I wouldn't want you to smash it if you didn't. But hopefully you did. Leave a comment and let me know what you think about the evil eye, whether you had any experience with it. I really appreciate any input from you guys so that
I don't think I've had an experience with it, but typically if it happens to you or you think it's happening to you, yeah, she is, you would go, like I said, to a curandero, and they would I'm not too sure what they would do something called a limpia, which is like what Angela was saying, like a purification ritual type thing. But there's like the egg one, which is like a lot of people know that, but there's also other types of limpias, but I'm not exactly sure what they are because I haven't, you know, been to the curandero in a long time. But in the Mexican stuff, it's not just getting like the mal de ojo. You can also get things like susto and other stuff that require you to go to get like looked at.
Can get a better understanding on the matter. Also, share the video with your friends and everybody who might be interested in this topic. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because, I mean, why not? Be part of the symposium, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here, and stay tuned for all the academic fun. Bye for now.
Her little avatar. Yeah, okay, I don't want to get hit with the friggin' DMCA for that. Okay, well, holy shit, it's already 12:35 in my area. Okay, well, I am gonna go ahead and end stream here, guys. I hope you guys had fun. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, bye guys. Thank you for coming to the stream. Bye.